All right, so go ahead and make sure your environment's as quiet as possible, such as turning off your cell phones, all that good stuff, just to create the outer environment to support this time in meditation. And also, you can make yourself comfortable, whether you're sitting up or laying down. We always like to say this meditation we do, it's nothing to do with the body or the body postures. We just want the body to be relaxed, but yet supported so you can be attentive and not necessarily fall asleep. I say necessarily because that happens. As you get settled in, when you're ready, you can close your eyes. And as you do, just begin to bring your attention inwards and upwards to this place we call the seat of the soul. That area that resides above the eyebrows towards the top and center of the head. So just let your attention come present here, for this is truly the place in which the soul resides in the physical consciousness. If it helps, you can take in a deep breath or two, just to support the body in relaxing and coming more present in this inwards and upwards focus. And as you do relax, begin to pay more attention. Notice any slight sensations or pressures at the forehead or top of the head. For it's very common actually to feel that movement of spirit as we begin to give it attention. And the more you relax and let go, just surrender to this inner movement of loving. For that's what this is that divine spiritual essence, that living, loving essence of God. Just inviting God in now, having that intention, that focus. Just asking God to be present with you, filling you and surrounding you. As you hear me guide with the words, I ask that you do it within yourself. It's important that you ask yourself for God to be present with you, in you, and around you. And then it's just opening and receiving God's loving, letting it fill you up from this point at the top of the head, the seat of the soul, all the way down through your body, just filling you from head to toe. You just breathe it in and breathe it out. We're creating a space for God to come present, to fill us, all through loving openness, intention, receiving. So that means becoming vulnerable to the movement of God's loving. And then just relaxing and allowing an unfolding process as the loving moves in us and through us. This loving, as well as maybe feeling sensations, often appears as an inner light, inner sounds. So remember to watch and listen deeply within. letting go of any outer distractions other than maybe listening to my voice. So be aware if you see that inner light, often appearing as a purple or golden white, and sometimes as a blue or pink. There's nothing to do other than to observe, relax, and receive. Just allowing God to love you. So move into a state of gratitude, thanking God for God's love, for God's presence, for God's blessings. Just opening and receiving as much as you can. And it's fine to ask for more, but then it's up to you to open to receive. Just simply being present and observing, as well as having the inner focus, the inner attention, an invitation for God to fill you. And in your own timing, you may notice as you're filled up, at some point there's often a subtle shift where you begin to find yourself move into this place of now sharing your loving with God. As we receive, we're filled, and we have all this loving to give. So begin to share your loving with God now, right from the seat of the soul, with all your loving beingness. Just begin to see, to hear, to feel your own inner light and loving, moving upwards, back towards God. And even if you don't know where or what God is, just have the intention. Allow it to be an upwards movement within yourself. Even if it seems like it's just going out to outer space. Often God appears as a bright sun in this inner spiritual sky. You can see it as a ray of light coming from you, going up into the sun. That helps to have a visual. It's important to hold this focus with intention of sharing your loving. If it helps, you could even say, I love you, God. I share my loving with you in gratitude. The true action of meditation is loving fulfilled by receiving God's love for us and for us to share our loving with God. For truly loving fulfills it all. Then to support this process, you can bring forward the sacred name of God, the hue, As God's given us these sacred names, as we chant or sing them, it begins to awaken that loving within in greater ways. As we chant, sharing our loving with God, and it opens us to receive even a greater expansion of loving from God. I'm going to chant the hue out loud 3 times. You're welcome to join in or chant silently within, or even just listen. But participate in your own way as you share your love with God. You can keep chanting if you wish, just paying attention to that frequency and that movement of loving within you. We're going to move into a time of silence now. And just continue the chanting and also taking the time to receive God's loving for you. Just back and forth in your own pace, your own rhythm, giving and receiving, allowing the loving to bring you into that greater awakening and knowing the truth of who you are in your oneness with God. Just begin now to bring your attention back to the seat of the soul. Just allowing that presence of loving to be more awake and aware within you. Just taking a few more moments, just observing and being present, allowing yourself to experience. Notice any thoughts, awarenesses. If you wish to take a mental note, or when we finish, if you've got a journal, you can write in it. But just to remember anything that took place during this time of meditation. But most of all, your experience of the loving. Just very gently and gradually, as you're ready, you can just allow the loving to bring you more present and aware in the body, while still maintaining that inner focus at the seat of the soul. And as you're ready, if you wish, you can open your eyes. If you wish to keep them closed, that's fine too. And if there's anything that took place, if you have a journal, if you want to write in it, that's fine now as well. Go ahead and move into a sharing. If you want to start.
Yeah. Over several days in my meditation, I keep being reminded, keep it simple. Bring everything back to the simplicity of God. Bring it back to the loving. And at first I wondered, why is Spirit saying that? I thought I thought I was keeping it simple. But it turned out that all these ideas, these thoughts, these wonders started creeping in from outside and trying to take root in my consciousness. And I was allowing it to, in a sense, complicate things inside or get in the way of the simplicity that Spirit really is. So I began to look and pay attention to, not just in my meditation, but in my daily life. What am I taking in? What are my thoughts? What is my curiosity about? What is my confusion about? Just all of it, to see where I may have been complicating things in my life and in my consciousness rather than simplifying. Because the one thing that Spirit always brings forward is simplicity. When I have been thinking about and designing and defining everything in my life to understand it better, Spirit comes right back to the simplicity. And that simplicity is loving. God is loving. The soul is loving. Who we are is loving. And if we can bring everything back to that one pointed focus of loving it all, loving everyone, loving everything, just loving, we will find that that is the truth, the answer, and the way of simplicity. The mind loves taking things apart, looking at things from all different angles, trying to define all the words, to get clarity, to get understanding for the mind. But the soul doesn't need that kind of action. The soul is created in loving. It is a manifestation of loving. And if we can just bring ourselves back to that truth inside of us and live that truth, life gets simple. Life gets easy. Because life, the true life of all, is simple. So it was interesting when Spirit brought this up because I thought, I was making things more easy on myself, more simple as I go through the day. But I realized I would catch on new phrases. I would hear words I hadn't really heard before. I would look at things from a different perspective because of what the world was presenting. And I did make it complicated. I did make it much more active and multiplicities of ideas and thoughts of beliefs. And I needed to get back to the simplicity. So I brought my mind up in my meditation and I said to it, hear this, I am simple. I am a simple action of God. And in that, all that is of me, including you, mind, are simple. We do not need to be complicated. We do not need to be sophisticated. We do not need to match the energy of the world today. We need to be that which we truly are, loving. Just return to that point of loving. Loving all, loving everything, loving yourself, loving. And it all can return back to that simplicity that God wishes us to be in. I've done that now for several days, and I am finding I'm coming back to that simplicity, and I am finding that I'm having more inner experience again because I haven't blocked the inner experience with all the complexities of life, the ideas, the thoughts, the beliefs, the misunderstandings. Instead, I just keep focusing on loving God and God loving me. It's just that simple. That's how I've described meditation throughout all that I've done and sharing. It's just you loving God and allowing God to love you. Even if you don't believe there's a God, say it anyway. Say, I will allow you, God, to give me loving. I open to receive your loving. And see what happens. It's just amazing. When we allow, things will happen in a way that they don't otherwise. We have to give permission. One thing I learned early on as well, God does not intrude into your storyline, into your consciousness, into your actions, into your reactions. God is observing you. God is witnessing you. God is present with you. But God does not disturb. God does not try to change. God allows you to live the life that you are living. But God also allows you to change that if you want. And that's why so many years ago I was told to keep it simple. Keep it all just so simple. My meditations, my daily life, everything, keep it simple. And it's just amazing when I get off target of that, I don't even realize it sometimes because I get caught up in doing it the way the world is doing, following the directions that the world is moving in, until one day I will feel overwhelmed. I will feel the complexity. I will feel the confusion. I will feel the separation. And then I have to remind myself once again, come back to simplicity, the simple way. The simple way is the truth. The simple way is the way. This pathway of meditation is the simple way. It's letting go of all the mind, the emotions, the body consciousness, and coming up into the truth of who we really are as spirit. And in truth, who you are in spirit is loving. And really, that's all that exists out here, in the inner and in the outer worlds, is loving. Everything else is but an illusion of something that the mind has made up, that the fears have brought forward, or the complexities of the world have piled on you. When you get back to the simplicity of things, it all comes very clear. It all makes sense. Because God is simple. And everything that God does and has done is simple. And it's all done in loving. It's through the loving that the soul unfolds and comes into the greater knowing of itself. The soul doesn't open up to the things of the mind. It doesn't open and become greater through all the emotions or the disturbance or the actions of the world. The soul opens in loving, with loving, through loving. And in that, you become that action of loving. And that loving is stillness, it's quiet, it's peaceful, it's harmonious, it's active, it's awake, it's aware, it's present, and it's so many things. And in that, it's peaceful. That's the one thing I always remind myself. When things are not peaceful, I've allowed something to intrude. I want my peace. I want my quiet. I want to be still in God so that I can know God and God know me. God said in the Bible, it says, "Be still and know that I am God." That's something I've listened to and followed since my childhood. Be still and know that I am God. And I know it was quite interesting when I tried to move into being still so that I could know God. I thought that would be just a simple action, to be still. And it is. It's very easy to be still in a moment. But put a whole bunch of moments of stillness together, and there's so many things that can disrupt that can intrude and stop the action of stillness. And the more I would try as a young person to be still, it seemed the more the world around me and in me would do everything it could not to be still. And I, in a sense, had to discipline myself to just let go, let go, let go, and find the stillness. And it was very interesting when I started out doing this. Even though I was young, it seemed like it would have been easy. But even by then, I had already taken on a lot of the beliefs the world had presented to me. And I had taken on a lot of misunderstandings that always had me questioning and wondering and trying to figure things out. And rather than trying to figure them out and answer the questions and solve the problems, I just had to learn how to be in the stillness. And I had no idea just how much there is in stillness that I didn't know about. To be still, just to be still, and know that I am God. In that stillness, I finally learned the truth of the simplicity, the truth of quiet, the truth of returning back to the original point of being. And in that original point of being, I could feel and see and know myself as a true divine spark in God. And I could know and feel and understand what stillness was. The mind is still, the emotions are still, the body is still, and so much more is still. Because when you begin to be still within inside yourself, you also find that that stillness then begins to move out from you to your environment. And all the ripples of the waters calm down, all the breezes calm down, everything becomes still. So there's no sound, there's no light, there's no distraction, there's just beingness. And it's in that center of the beingness that you find God, that you find yourself, and realize that God and you are one. So begin to look at stillness. What is stillness for you? And how can you truly get to that place of stillness inside? And maybe you've done that in your meditations. Maybe you found that place of quiet, that place of stillness, and that place of being, where it's just you, your soul, the beingness of you, and all that it came from, which is the loving that is God. If you can do that, you'll return home to God very quickly, because there'll be nothing that can stand in the way of you and God, because there is nothing that can stand between you and God in that state of being. I remember early on looking as well for joy. And how do I find joy? And how do I begin to live joy in my life? And it turned out I had to go back to the stillness to find the joy. to understand, and to live more in that joy. And what I thought was joy was not joy. It was a definition that the world had put on it, but it didn't match the energy that joy truly is. And I realized how quiet, how peaceful joy is in the midst of the silence. And I could see in that then the other aspects of God showing up. Peace, quiet, understanding, wisdom. It all came from the stillness. It all showed me all that is in the stillness, that is me, the soul. The soul is ever still. It's ever still. It dwells in the stillness of God. Its breath is the stillness of God. The actions are the stillness of God. And it's through that action that we can begin to understand ourselves more fully. And we can discern all that is the soul, all that is of God in me, all that is of God in you. And it's an amazing world when you get to that place. The peace, the joy, the loving, the grace, the gratitude. It's not overwhelming, but it is truly abundant and bountiful in so many ways. And there's not room for anything else but that which is of God. So when I would meditate and I would look to get into that stillness, to be still and know, at first I found it a bit of a challenge because I didn't even know for sure what stillness looks like or feels like. I knew what stillness meant. I knew what the word still, to be still, was about. But I realized I did not know the truth of still, the understanding of still, to be still. It may take a little time, but it's worth the effort. It's worth the time. And when I say effort, it really is an effort. It's not something you have to work at. It's not something you have to push and struggle with. If anything, it's an action of letting go of all, to just be in the stillness. And one way that I found the stillness is I did focus into the loving God and allowing God to love me. And that's how I learned about meditation. It was by letting God love me as I was loving God. And I kind of had a concept of what God was. I thought I'd had experience in God and with God. But it wasn't until I entered into the truth of stillness, I really found that stillness and allowed myself to dwell there for a while. Then I understood what God really is. Then I understood the why and the how of so much in my life and so much of creation. And I learned the source of me, the truth of me, the reason of me, and all of that. And those things are hard to put into words because it's way beyond vocabulary. It's way beyond the mind and understanding. It's way beyond the emotions and the feeling. It's way beyond. And yet, it's right here. So allow yourself to spend time in stillness. Allow yourself to come into the knowing and understanding of stillness. And for me, it began by really and truly loving God and letting God love me. Because I found that in that loving action between God and me and God is the stillness. That's where I found my stillness. That's how I found a way of being. Just finding my beingness, who I really am. In all of creation and all of God, that stillness is who I truly am. God summons us to come to the quiet, to come to the stillness, to come and be. Just be. And if we can do that, we will have fulfilled much of what we're here to do in an instant. And then it's just living in that instant moment, in that fulfillment once again, once again, once again. And then learning how to take that into the world and be still in the midst of the world and all that's going on in it. I remember when I took one of my first trips, I was on a plane. It was a propeller plane, very noisy in many ways, and all the noise of people moving around and talking, and the stewardess coming up and asking questions, and all of that. I said, how am I ever going to find stillness in the world when it's like this? But I tried. In the midst of all that noise of our takeoff and our flying through the air, I just kept focusing on the stillness. Come to the quiet. Come to the still. Come and know the truth of who you really are. Well, that whole flight, I did not ever feel, see, know stillness because I kept focusing on getting the noise to quiet down or to get beyond the noise. Where in the past, when I was focusing on stillness, I was by myself. It was easy to become still and to be still in that kind of an environment. But I had never really tried it out in the world. And oh my goodness, the world does not listen to or honor stillness that well. If anything, it does everything it can to distract us from it. But I did my best on the trip, flying over to where I was going. And I did what I could where I was at in my trip. And I was then getting on the plane to return home. And I asked one question. I asked it of God, and I said, I ask you to help me find the stillness I'm looking for, because I'm not finding it in all of this noise. Now, this was when I was 12 years old, and I was on one of the first trips I'd ever taken, flying to visit my aunts and uncles in LA and in Seattle. And in that, I was asking God to tell me about the stillness, to show me the stillness, to take me into the stillness in the noisy world that I'm caught up in right now. And so on the flight back from LA to San Antonio, I just kept focusing on stillness, stillness, stillness. And it wasn't until I came out of my meditation that I realized I must have found it, because time had not, I wasn't aware of the movement of time or the events of the world around me. And when I opened my eyes, I found that the table in front of me had been lowered and a meal had been placed there. And I guess they talked to me about it, I don't know. But it was there. And when I opened my eyes, the stewardess was just taking it away because they were preparing for landing. And I thought, whoa, I've missed some things here. What happened? What happened? I didn't hear anybody ask me any questions. I didn't hear anything. But when I came to, I was aware that things had been moving, things had been happening, but I didn't participate in it because I was for the moment in a stillness. And that's when I realized I can live this in my life every day, everywhere. I can close my eyes. I can focus on stillness, which for me, stillness is moving into the oneness with God. And everything else can move around me and be noisy and not disturb me because I'm in the quiet. I'm in the stillness of God. And I found that the stillness is the loving. In that loving flow, everything is simple, everything is quiet, everything is still. Everything is about you and God in you. And there's nothing else that exists. And that's how I began to realize how this world is such an illusion. But we are so caught up in the illusion that it seems real. Once I could let go of the illusion, I could be in God. I could be in stillness. I could be in loving. I could be in my original state and not get caught up in it and not get distracted by it. So spend time being still. I guess I maybe not have given maybe the best explanation when I would talk about meditation and really focusing on loving God, allowing God to love you. But that's how I discovered it. That's how I understood it. Because it is just about you in the loving with God and God in the loving with you. And then you return back to the original beingness of who you are. And the noise and the disturbances around you are not going to affect you quite so much. Oh, they can get at you sometimes. But you'll know to go back into focus the loving and the stillness. and be in that simplicity that is God. The soul is simple. The soul is stillness. You don't even have to work to get into the stillness because that's who you really truly are. You just want to return back to the beingness that you are. And that means letting go of all the things that are not that, which is the world around you, the mind, the emotions, the thoughts and the feelings inside of you. Just be still and know that I am God. It is very simple, but maybe in the very beginning it's not so simple because of all that stands in the way of that. But if you can just keep returning back to simple, 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 you don't have to understand what that word really means. You just keep focusing on simple as you understand it right now. And you'll find it. You'll find it. The other way that I found that point of simplicity is in a true prayer meditation, a prayerful process of just talking with God, relating with God, and let God relate with you. And that relating is in loving God and letting God love you. That's the conversation. That's the relating. That's the sharing. Because that's all you have. You have nothing else but loving to share. And God has nothing else to share with you but loving. And that's the truth. It's not about stilling the mind. It's about rising above it all. It's not stilling the waters of the emotions. It's about rising above it all and entering into the quiet of your own soul. For you're going to find that that's what your soul is. It's the point of quiet in the midst of all this. It's the point of stillness in the midst of all this. So do what you can in your day, in your life, in your meditation, to be still and to know that you are God. And know the I am that is God in you. Okay. I think that's pretty much it for me. You want to just be still?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I could use some water.
Wow. I'm not even sure where to start.
Just sit there for 30 minutes and be still.
That's right. There you go. This will be easy. Simple, at least, right? Well, it's funny because, I was listening the whole time you were talking, but especially just the last minute there, even, it just dropped into this whole deeper stillness. and then it all comes quiet and peaceful. That's why it's hard coming out of it right now. Um, I guess that's where I could go from there, is that I asked Jim to talk first today at the end of the meditation because there's this process I was aware, a lot of energy in my solar plexus and up in my head. And it's kind of a process. It's kind of more in the way for me to be able to really share in, how I'd like to here, is that flow of spirit. And so I just, while listening to Jim, just having my eyes closed and in a meditative state, just allowing it to unfold and observing it. And, at the beginning, I've learned over time not to try to push things away or get rid of them, but rather to move into a place of, receptivity, surrender, more letting go, and just open instead of resistance. And so that's what I did while Jim was talking, was just allowing that process. And then in that right there towards the end, I just literally felt it just kind of drop away and open up. And it's really nice because I realize that more and more, that when I just take the time to do, like Jim was saying, and as well as just in my usual morning meditation of, like 2.5 hours or so, but even during the day if I need to, that I will just go ahead and just take a little bit of time to move into that stillness in that meditative state. And sometimes I'm just more quiet and observing, like watching the inner light, or just literally watching what's going on inside of me. Or other times, and usually it's both, I'll do that, but as well as start chanting the hue or the sacred names, giving an initiation. And so I'll just focus into the loving, in other words. And in doing that, every time I really just focus on the loving always just takes care of everything. Sometimes very quickly, like even in a minute, things shift. Or like even today, it took a while, but at some point I find when I really give it my focus and move into the loving, at some point it does detach from whatever that is I'm caught up going on inside of me. Because in the beginning, I was kind of caught up in whatever that was going on in my solar plexus in my head, which is often thoughts and feelings, right? Like we all do. The day-to-day thoughts and feelings, all of our attachments, all of our reactions, all the things going on around us. But when our eyes are open, we're busy, out here getting caught up, reacting, responding, doing whatever. But even in going inside and closing the eyes in meditation, well, then I'll still be aware of those energies running in me. And then you throw the imagination in there with it all. And it just compounds. And that's why I looked at it like the complexities, like you're talking. To me, those are the complexities, or things getting complicated when I get caught up in all those energies, things moving and that I'm feeling inside of me. And when I get caught up in it a lot, I can feel like getting stomach aches, getting headaches, even physical disturbances going on if I really get caught up in it. And it feels like it has a life of its own, but I realize when I struggle with that, I'm actually feeding it and giving it more life. And it's almost contradictory, I found, that when I just surrender to it, I mean, I literally just move into state of surrender, like even to the energies that seem uncomfortable or disturbing inside of me. But when I say I surrender to it, that's my way of saying I'm letting go of my resistance. I'm letting go of my reaction to whatever that is inside of me that I seem to be struggling with. And that alone often will create the shift, or at least the beginning of it. Because when I do that, I'll feel a level of stillness, like on the outer edges of it. And then in that relaxing though, because it's funny, because I'm aware sometimes when I do that, it can seem scary to surrender to something that's so disturbing, because inside of me I can feel like, well, if I surrender to it, then it's going to really get me. Right? Don't we often feel that? Like you have those dreams or nightmares where there's some monster or somebody trying to harm you and you're running from them, the fight or flight thing, but most of the time you're in flight, but sometimes you turn around to fight it. It's like that. But I'm talking just and our own thoughts and feelings, let alone in dreams where it does get played out in these different scenarios. So when I feel that inside of me, I just have learned to just surrender to it and let it get me if it's going to get me. But the funny thing is, when I let go, I find the energy starts to quiet down. Rather than it getting me or me trying to get it or get rid of it, it just starts to come to peace. That's why I love the sharings like this today on the stillness, because I find every time I practice that, especially when there is a disturbance going on, it's more challenging, obviously. Uh, but every time I practice it anyway, even amongst the challenge, if I can just hold to that and observe the inner disturbance, but keep my focus on the stillness, at some point I'll find that inner disturbance to start to dissipate. And now the stillness comes in to where I was wanting to bring it to begin with, but it couldn't come in there when I was trying to push out the other. And I heard you say that in a way, kind of different words than what I'm using right now. But that's why I've always found it to work. To move to the stillness, I've learned it's just holding the focus on the loving, as we say at the Sea of the Soul, or just in my beingness in general, even. To me, this is the access point. Once I get in the access point, I'm aware of the loving all over. So when I move into that and just hold there, then at some point, if I stop struggling and just observe, that the loving or the stillness through that loving takes care of it. In other words, I don't need to do anything with it. I don't have to try to change what's going on. I don't have to get rid of it. I don't have to do anything other than just hold on that loving stillness and allow it to just unfold and just observe it as it's unfolding. And at some point, it always just releases, just like now. It just all of a sudden releases and goes because I stop struggling with it, let it go of the resistance, all that stuff, as well as not avoid it. Because that's another form of resistance, is trying to deny or avoid something that's going on. That's why I've always learned to acknowledge what's going on inside of me, to be honest with myself, to be honest with what's taking place. Like I'm sharing now, I've literally shared with you what goes on in me and what I do with that. And then just to see how it moves. And every time I found this is how it works. Every time. And if I try to do it differently, even when I try to do forgiveness sometimes, if I have some type of an attitude in the forgiveness, I'm trying to get rid of this, well, it's really me and my reaction or disturbance trying to push it away. It's the same process I'm doing internally, regardless of the words I put on it. Like we could use the LAF. I love this, or I accept this, I forgive this. But if I'm doing it out of a reaction or a willfulness to try to push it away because I'm feeling a disturbance, it's that inner attitude or where I'm coming from that makes a difference. Not the words, but what it is I'm actually doing in myself that makes the difference. So in other words, it doesn't matter what words I share. I could be cussing about it and complaining about it, or I could be trying to love, accept, and forgive it. But if it's from that certain attitude or place inside of me of reaction, it doesn't work. I've got to come into that place where that stillness is. I've got to move into that, and then the loving moves it. So I just have to move into that stillness to hold to that. And just like you said, it's like not do anything with it, but literally rise above it. And I realize that's what happens when I move into stillness. I always say it just drops away because that's how I experience it, is dropping away. When I've had other spiritual experiences, I find myself actually being lifted above it. So I've experienced it both ways. One's kind of like more in a conscious physical state, and the other is more of a spiritual out of body state. But yet that dynamic of how it takes place is always very interesting, I find. So I think it's a great one to work with. And I bring this up as well because especially the last week, but the last few weeks, there in not only in my own life, but seeing a lot of the different things not only going on in the planet, but just especially with some initiates here. Jim and I have been talking to several people, and in the classes and confessions and counselings I do as well, that it seems like there's been a little more up for people, a lot of change, a lot of process, a lot of old old patterns, old things showing up that people have been struggling with. Just like I described my struggle today, like that, there's these internal struggles we have where we hold on to old patterns or trying to keep things the same. We're not allowing change to take place, right? We're not allowing ourselves to move into what's next, what's new, because we've gotten comfortable, we've gotten habitualized in doing things a certain way. But then things start to happen in the world around us, like some kind of a disease or illness, or maybe a loved one having a challenge or passing, or a personal injury. Jim used to say, well, since I used to, still does, God will first whisper in your ear, then tap you on your shoulder, and then hit you over the head with a 2x4. I always like to joke, was it God who does that, or is that really somebody else? Or what we do ourselves, huh? And there's been a lot of that going on. I've been observing, around me. And in that, I've been more and more aware how I've been hearing a lot of people's old patterns, old ways of doing what we, again, are just so used to doing that it's like it has a life of its own because we've done it so much. That's why it's habitualized. And it starts to run us, right? Because it moves into the unconscious mind, and that's kind of running the show here. And sometimes we feel like we have no control. We can't even change things when we want to. And then it usually takes usually some kind of more traumatic or dramatic experience in life to shift us. That's the 2x4 thing, okay? Something, traumatic happens, and then it literally, it's like it forces us to move, even though it's not a force, it's really just trying to break a certain pattern inside of us. And because the way it shakes us up, that gives us the opportunity now, okay, are we going to now keep running this pattern that is shaking so much in us, or are we going to now in that awareness let it go? And sometimes we don't have the choice, right? If there's like an injury or something outside of us is taken away, that it's not like we get to make a conscious choice, with it. So I like to call those choice by default. That's often where we'll feel like the victim, like it's done to us. But yet, I found that everything is really always a movement of life, and all we need to do is move with things the way they're going, the way they're happening, rather to resist it, complain about it, not like it, react, judge it. It doesn't do anything but make it worse. At least that's what I found. So I find when those things happen, when I can just go back to that place of peace or the stillness in there and just more observe it, I will find these things come up in me. And that's why today I'm sharing this, because I going into that place of peace, all of a sudden there was all that disturbance I felt in the solar plexus and on up into my head like this. And so I just took the time to just observe it more and do what I could to move into the stillness and just let it unfold. In other words, just let go, let God. Let God do it. Let God take care of it. And keep my eye on God to move now with the loving that God is. And realize these are really opportunities to let go and move on in life. And yes, they can be disturbing, they can be uncomfortable, they can be very sad or very angry. We'll have a wide range of emotions when these things take place, because that's where we've been stuck. And so when this happens, it's like a tearing away, and we're going to have the reactions in our emotions and our thoughts and our fantasies. And unfortunately, it's not always pleasant, or like, oh, wow, I'm so glad about that. And sometimes we are, because some of us may be aware, like, oh my God, I've been stuck, and no matter what I do, I can't seem to get out of this. I've been struggling with this so long. I've been wanting to change it, transform it, transcend it, right? And then all of a sudden, something happens and then now it takes place. And here we struggled with it for so long, and now it seems to just be happening beyond our control. Kind of interesting, huh? Well, that's also part of the grace and the beauty. If you've been meditating and really keeping your eye on God and doing inner work, doing what you can to move to that simplicity and stillness, that as you do that over time, it builds the power of loving, the power of the name, as we call it. It's the power of God's loving. And little by little, literally on a daily basis, it's growing and growing and growing. And it's like it's eating from the inside out these karmic patterns that hold us in bondage, that we struggle with. But then little by little, that loving is just dissolving it from the inside out. And then at some point, enough is dissolved that the rest of the shell just cracks open and starts to crumble. And that's sometimes, again, where the traumatic experiences can happen, or where, at the very least, we can feel shaken. But once we get past that, that's when we can become more aware of the relief. Like, oh my God, now I'm free. I'm released from this. I've let go, whether I wanted to or not. I let go. And yes, there can be a period of grieving. There can be a period of being tired because of all the energy it took, mentally, emotionally, and all, going through whatever the process and the struggle we were going through. So when there's a release, now we can be pretty tired because we put so much into it. And so now we need a time for rest, recuperation, right? Because now it's the time to fill back up. That's how I look at rest and recuperation as a time to receive, to refuel. So we need to give ourselves the time. You know, there's the letting go, so now there's the letting God. So we got to let God now begin to restore us once again. And in that restoration, refueling, recuperation, that's also where I find now God begins to lift us up, really truly lift us up above now where we were and where we were stuck, that we kept hitting the ceiling and we couldn't rise above it and get out of it. But now all that loving we built that finally made the cracks in the ceiling and broke it open, that's what I'm talking about. Those are those karmic patterns that, we feel stuck or suppressed by, like we're always under it. But then there's that breakthrough. And in the breakthrough now, with that opening, the Holy Spirit's able to now come in and lift us up out of all this. To me, that's the upliftment now, where we truly rise above it or transcend it. That's why this is also called the path of soul transcendence, right? And this often is how it takes place. So there is that transcending now, rising above that which we've been suppressed or contained by karmically, those patterns. And again, most of this runs unconsciously. It's just as we observe ourselves and our inner thoughts and feelings and all this is why we talk about journaling as well and self-study. That's where the learning takes place. So those karmic patterns that we feel so suppressed by, attached to, caught up in, it's a state of observation that we're, in a sense, really learning and fulfilling now the karma. And the loving is bringing that to our awareness. And at the same time, it's dissolving, as I said, like from the inside out, the karma, that it's happening at the same time where we're integrating the learning through that experience until it just dissolves and breaks apart because now we've fulfilled it. So now we can rise above it. That God can lift us up now to a higher state of beingness, to a higher frequency, to a higher realm where our loving even expands more. But that in that now, there's now new opportunities, new experiences, right? Yes, new karmas, well, old karmas, but new opportunities now to complete old karmas, but as a higher state. Like if we had say something in the causal realm, we've been working through other emotions, that now when we're released, it can move us up into the mental realm. So now we can start working on that level. So it's at a higher level now, and we can begin to now move into the next opportunity for our greater freedom on those other realms. And of course, ultimately, free of it all, through the astral, causal, mental, etheric, and eventually into soul. And that's how it is. It's kind of like wash, rinse, and repeat type of a thing. And that's what we're doing over and over through each realm, is the same process. It's the same process for everybody. It's only the details that look different according to our life experience and our environments, and our mental makeup and all, right? Those are the only differences. But the spiritual process, as well as karmic process, is the same. That's why I like to talk about these general patterns of karmas and spirit, so that we can begin to understand more how that works, and we can begin to see that in our own lives. Because I found for myself, when I can have, even if it's just an intellectual understanding, that I can begin to apply that in my life experience, so now my knowledge becomes knowing. And that's why, of course, we share all this information, so that you can each take that to move it into application, so you can now apply it to come into your own knowing from your experience, right? But it does mean paying attention. That's why we call it self-study. You pay attention to self and what's going on. So you begin to see how this works, and you work with it. You participate with it. You engage with it. As Jim shared, it's very simple, but it takes a focus to move into the stillness. But it is in that stillness where this all unfolds, where the loving handles it. We don't handle it ourselves. The loving handles it. Our work is to get to that place of stillness, and then let God. That's why it's let go and let God. God does the work, really. We just have to come to that place in which God resides within us, right? So in this action, there's change, there's transformation, there's transcendence, right? This all takes place. And so then what? Then as we transcend, well, there's a transition now. We move through into what's next. That to me is where the fun is. I love adventures. I love to explore. I love new experience. And I've actually been praying for it for quite a while now. I said, okay, God, I'm ready. I'm ready for something new. I'm ready for what's next. Because I'm like, this has been getting old the way things seem to be, at least for me, because I do like change. Not as much as I used to, and probably at a lot slower pace than what I used to, but nonetheless. In truth, we're all that way, because at some point, anything can become old or boring or stagnant, or you feel stuck, and you're ready for change. You're ready to move on. You're ready for a new experience, and that's the point I'm really getting at here, as well as going over the underlying process with all this. But that's the experience here, and we're most of us listening to this are in some way, shape, or form going through this and experiencing this process I'm describing here today, and the changes that are already happening. Look in your own personal life. What's been going on for you? Have you noticed things where they've been really challenging, and you've been struggling with it, and there's been change going on, but maybe not the transformation or the transcendence yet? Or maybe there is. Maybe you're seeing now, oh my God, Brian's describing what I've actually been going through, and I just recently broke through, and I'm actually starting to feel more free, or a relief. Even if you don't feel free, maybe you just feel a relief, or maybe you do feel more uplifted or more at peace. Maybe you feel more peace, because those are all signs of those breakthroughs. When you start to move into more peace, that's a sign of completion as well, right? For me, when I find there's a freedom, there's two main qualities I find. There's peace and there's joy. That's why, you guys, I've said this a million times, but whenever I see somebody break free of something, that freedom, I automatically get this joy, and I just respond with laughter. because that's like an instantaneous experience for me when there's freedom that takes place. There's joy, but then after the joy, I'll find myself going to a much deeper peace as well. So a couple signposts to watch for in case you haven't been consciously paying attention to, maybe in hearing what I'm saying, you might start to look and say, oh, I can see that in myself. And even if you're not aware of it in yourself, maybe in your physical life. Look at what's been happening in your physical life, right? Because the physical is going to have some level of an outer reflection, not always totally accurate or perfect by any means, but there'll be something that usually goes on in the outer to help, in a sense, stimulate this process or reflect outwardly the process we're going through with people, situations, circumstances, all of that. All ties together, okay? So we're in this process of real, I'm going to just call it transition now, right? It's funny because just the other week I started to look at, because I know this is a class the last few years, I've called it like the school year. Like, okay, we're coming up on summer break, and usually this time is when I say, oh, here's the theme, that Spirit shared with me. Like, here's the theme of the summer. And as many of you found, like, well, Brian, that theme for the summer break seems to have carried for really the whole year, right? And so I know that's been happening. And it's interesting, though, because this year I haven't had anything show up. And somebody even asked me about it this last week. And I even had a conversation with some of the staff the other day, like, wow, I don't even remember exactly what were all I think it just last 3 years we did it. I think it was change, transformation, and transcendence, if I remember, with all that. And as you noticed, I already mentioned those, the change, transformation, transcendence. And I'm like, I don't know if there's a theme because I haven't really gotten anything other than maybe the transition now, right? Because we go through these phases of change, transformation, transcendence, we rise above it. To me, transcendence really is the transition. But even in the transcendence, when we move into that greater freedom now from that which we've been released from, there is a transitioning into the new. What's next? So one of the ways we can help support ourselves in this transition is to always look inwards and upwards, but also forwards, inwards, upwards, and forwards. Okay? I was like, Jim always says, we'll see what unfolds. Keep moving forward. Wasn't that the Walt Disney thing? Keep moving forward. But we add in, of course, forwards and upwards. Forwards in the world, upwards in spirit, always. They kind of coincide in a way. And so that's what I'm saying now. If you want to call this the theme of the year, the summer, go ahead. I'm not officially declaring that because I haven't had anything directly from Spirit saying that. This is just more my experience and observations of this transition, as I've noticed for myself and many other people that seem to be in transition now from these last few years of all this change, transformation, and transcendence going on. So I just wanted to put that out there. Do with it as you will. If you want to call it the summer year transition, great. Transitioning into what? Well, that's what we get to look forward and upwards to. Hopefully both. Hopefully, more things in your life that really are uplifting and supportive or serve you in some way towards your soul liberation. And of course, upwards, moving higher in spirit, rising above the old karmas, now into new opportunities, higher realms, higher awakenings, greater spiritual experience, and just more loving. Always more towards soul consciousness and God consciousness. That's how I look at all this anyway, regardless of what happens physically in life. It's not what it's really about anyway, it's what's going on physically. We'll just refer to the physical because in the outer reflection, it can help give us awareness and serve us as we participate with it so we don't avoid, because in our physical participation, it triggers things, it helps bring things more conscious in our awareness, and then we can engage and work with it because it's through our personal experience that we learn and grow. And that's why it's important to do that. So yeah, we talk about the outer, we look at the outer, but we don't make it about the other. We make it about God, about spirit, about our upliftment, our journey spiritually, our liberation. And then what we talk about out here, I like to say on the horizontal path, because spirit's more of a vertical path, where the horizontal, dealing with time, space, evolution, karma, all that. That to me is the karmic lessons, the learning. But that's why the soul's here, is to learn from our experience. That's why we want to participate even with the outer, but while we're participating with the outer, we always want to be holding our focus inwards and upwards. This is the self-study. Meditation now really gets us focused on God. And then in that, God first, right, as Jim says, and God only, is to me where I bring now God in meditation. I bring God now into self in my daily life. So I live God, right? To be in the world, but not of the world. To be living in the loving within yourself, even while you're doing the world, so that as you do the world, you do it with more awareness, more understanding, more learning. And in that, there's the fulfillment. But it's all that fulfillment's done through spirit, through the loving, right? So if you understand what I'm saying, you can look in the world and participate, but just remember, the world's always a reflection to assist us in our spiritual journey, in our spiritual growth, in our awakening, our understanding. So use the world as a tool, a process, a mechanism that as you participate with it, it supports you in your inner process, your inner awakenings, your inner awarenesses. That's a self-study. And then, of course, to work with the loving, accepting, forgiving, where you get stuck. Or today, as we're saying, what do we say? Well, I always like to say, start with observation and to focus on loving and, the chanting the name to bring you to that point, that access point. But in there, we've got to move into that stillness. So again, listening and writing on what Jim was sharing, moving into that stillness, because in the stillness is where the loving resides. And that's where everything is. Okay. And I think with that, I'm going to go ahead and bring it to a close as well with my sharing. And well, I think it's kind of right at 3 o'clock there, our time. So wherever you're at, it's 3 o'clock here. We're going to take a half an hour break. So we'll reconvene at 3:30 our time, and wherever you're at, of course, just 30 minutes from now. We'll reconvene and then also begin to do the process with questions and answers. So while we're on the break, if you have anything you'd like to share, questions you have, please go ahead and email info@island.org. And once we're on break, Tanya will put up again, we'll be playing the Hue, but also put up the information. We'll be starting again at 3:30, and also the email address to write any questions you have. Okay? So we'll see you in 30 minutes. Enjoy the break. And again, please email us your questions, and we'll be back for that fun time after. All righty. Do we have a few questions today?
Yep, starting with the first one, including this one, we've got 8 so far. So
Cool.
we'll get the ball rolling if you guys are ready.
Sure.
Yeah. And
Okay.
just a reminder to anybody, you guys can write in anytime that we're sharing here. So we got plenty of time today. We got starting a little earlier than usual.
Yeah. Perfect.
All righty.
Okay. Question number 1. It's called Truly Letting Go. I write this morning as it has dawned on me that my relationship with my sister represents a huge letting go for me. I've struggled all my life trying to understand why she hates me so much. I've carried guilt because I wasn't always kind, and after our mother passed when we were young, I often had to be more of a mother than a sister to her. Over the years, I've also come to understand that my sister struggles with her mental health. While that has helped me make sense of some of her behaviors, it has not made the pain of our relationship any easier. We now find ourselves at a crossroads with my dad having passed. My sister had been estranged from our family for more than 10 years, and in the process, my relationship with my niece was also severed. This has caused me a great deal of pain and sadness. I love my sister and my niece deeply, and losing those relationships have been one of the greatest heartbreaks of my life. My sister was not originally going to inherit anything, and I was the one who stood up for her inheritance. Yet since my father's passing, she has been very difficult. We now have lawyers involved, and she believes the only asset in the trust, our family home, belongs to her. She also believes my success was built on stolen money and that I slowly harmed our father through medicating him. My father was one of my best friends. This has been so hard to hear her beliefs. I share these details because despite everything, I love my sister and want to know she is okay. I've always carried guilt around my own health, clarity, well-being, and success. I've worked hard to create the life I have. We are at a crossroads, and I realize that this may be about my ability to truly let go of my sister, to trust that whatever happens to her is part of her own learning and growth. It is not my fault, and I am not meant to protect her from herself. Perhaps my responsibility now is to allow my own life to be the best it can be, truly allowing life to love me beyond the family pain and sadness I have carried for so many years. I don't know why this is so difficult for me, but it is. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what it really means to let go. So grateful for this path and all of your loving.
Um, I'll go ahead and start. So in situations like this, from hearing everything in there, and I might have to ask you to repeat some parts, Tanya, I don't know yet. It sounds like a lot of the process for this person, it sounds like that you have really taken the responsibility on yourself, as you mentioned in your childhood, being more like a mother for her, that you've taken some kind of responsibility on yourself for her. And that to me is those karmas have to get worked out one way or another during the lifetime, or if not this lifetime, as an initiate and disciple, this lifetime, so you get liberated. Otherwise, it's called reincarnation, and you continue working the karmas out. That's just how things work. But it sounds like you've taken on the responsibility, just like you said, in the inheritance, that you included her in there, even though it wasn't your dad's wishes. That in that part of you that feels responsible made that happen. So this is a way of, believe it or not, supporting you to get free of the karma, because you're the one who took the action, feeling responsible for your sister by including her in that. Where it sounds like if you didn't do that, it would have been free and clear, and there wouldn't be the legal issues now because of your sister's beliefs and all that. So by that responsibility you took for another, out of whatever you did, it doesn't matter whether it's guilt, shame, obligation, caring, loving, doesn't matter why. The fact that you took responsibility for another when it's their responsibility, there's a lesson there for you in that. And so this type of situation is where that lesson is getting fulfilled or can be, because it's often in the hardships like this that it just brings it up in our face in the pain of it. And this is, I like to say, the positive side of the negative, or the positive side of pain, is that it really gets our attention. And then we're going to do whatever we can to get out of pain, right? From anything from working the inner process with LAF to taking whatever outer actions we need to, is what it sounds like you're doing with the lawyers and all. So through the process, just know you're working these karmas out, okay? And this is the opportunity as you take the one, first of all, good for you for taking the physical actions. That's good that you're doing that, because you want to follow through in the physical to take responsibility here, right? But also with that, there's the inner process now of realizing where you've given your power away by trying to be responsible for another when that's not your responsibility. And by this process getting worked out with the lawyers and inheritance and all that, it's an opportunity for you to take your power back where you've given it away. In other words, through this process, you're going to be seeing, if you haven't already, you're going to be seeing that, one, you can't not only take responsibility for somebody else, but they don't even want it. And if anything, they're going to take advantage of it, as it sounds like she has. And regardless if she's literally just lying outright or if she truly believes it, doesn't matter. She's taking the action she is. But for you, again, it's the opportunity now to realize what you've done, and now to really take your power back, to take that responsibility back to yourself, and to release that from your sister, okay? And believe me, Jim and I really understand people's attachments or caring for family members, because that's where their karmas are the strongest. First of all, mom and dad, but then siblings for sure. And so those karmas have to get worked out one way or another. And this is the way it's getting worked out for you. And yes, there's always the risk that because of it, I mean, some families, especially, Jim, unfortunately, have seen this through often estate settlements where some family members never talk to each other again, or others just go through a period and it changes the relationship. And some, it makes it better. But regardless of the outcome, it's really about the inner that we need to look at what we're doing. Because if you can move forward and get your freedom to reclaim your power, to let go of trying to take responsibility for another, whether it's your sister or her daughter, and be willing to risk losing, those relationships. As much as that hurts, again, we know these things are hard, but in being willing to let go for your own liberation, for your own freedom, is the most important thing. If we're really truly making God first, God only, and your soul's return home to God. But the other nice thing in doing that, one, you're going to be in a much better place, let alone the liberation of your soul. But in that freedom, then from detaching, that it opens opportunities for things to begin to change in a more positive way. Now, it really depends on all parties what they do with that. So when there's a freedom, the other person maybe, it's done, it's over, that's it, I'm out of here. Or when the karma's done, there's also opportunity for things to open up and real healing to take place. But that's really up to each person to decide how they move forward according to their karmic lessons, okay? So a lot of the times we need to look forward to just finding our own freedom without looking or having an attachment to the end result. Because it's often, if we have an attachment to the end result, like you're trying to heal something with somebody and they don't want to do that and they're demonstrating that the more you try, it's like digging yourself in and it makes it worse. In other words, you push away the very thing you want. Where when you can let go and find your own freedom and reclaiming your power, you get that, and now there's nothing standing between you and the other person. So there's actually the opportunity, an open door for relationships to be restored or just to be completely done, but in freedom. So there's no more pain of separation or struggle with each other. I like to say, if you've heard that phrase or remember that phrase, if you love someone or something, let it go. And if it's meant to be, it'll come back. It's kind of like that. So in the loving, you let go, right? And that's the letting go, let God. And then in that, there's the opportunity now. And I always say, because here, the pathway we teach here is about your soul, each soul's liberation. And that means we need to detach and let go of all these things in the world, including relationships. But in doing that, relationships can get much better. So in other words, inside of you, your relationship with her and your niece will get better inside of you, regardless of the outer results, right? Even if the outer result is you never see or talk to them again, you will be freer and in a better place because you'll have restored your loving and restored whatever that is karmically where you felt responsible to bring that back home to yourself, to realize you're only responsible for yourself. The funny thing is, a lot of times people can hear what I'm saying and think, wow, that's just kind of mean, Brian, or you don't care about other people when you guys say stuff like that. You're just self-centered and it's all about yourself. Well, that's true if it's applied to the ego self. But the way we share about it in here, when it's dealing with the soul self, the true self, that's a completely different thing. And I want people to understand here, that's what we're teaching is about the true self. When we talk about empowerment, detachment, upliftment, liberation, this is about your soul. When you take these actions for your soul, that's called unconditional loving. Yes, it frees us from the attachments in the world, but those attachments in the world are our karmas that bind the soul here and keep it trapped. We're focused on releasing the souls from those attachments that keep it trapped. And in that freedom, once you get detached, that opens everything where with God all things are possible. And that means even the relationships that were severed or in really bad discord, it creates opportunity for things to heal and get better, or it just frees us completely and there's no more need for any involvement. And then guess what happens? Spirit will bring forward some other relationship that is the image, or so to speak, of the transformed relationship where it's loving and healing. In other words, if a family member doesn't participate and they step back, whether just out of their own choosing or say somebody, a loved one passes, then, Spirit will bring forward somebody else in your life to symbolize or represent that relationship you had with them so you can continue to fulfill or move into a greater space of loving with whatever that is inside of you you were trying to work with the family member. Okay? I hope that makes sense. If not, please write in, follow-up question with what I'm sharing here. And I think I have a little more to say, but I'm going to wait a sec. I'm going to see if Jim, you want to share anything.
No, you covered it very well. I wouldn't want to confuse it.
Okay. Give me just a moment here. Because there's a lot of details you put in there. So I kind of was trying to go to the underlying, as far as what I could see is kind of more the core of it. Tanya, let me ask you a sec. In hearing what I said, is there some inside of you, and hearing what I said, is there still a question or some other detail that maybe I didn't speak to? Are you aware of, or nothing?
Not necessarily. As I was listening, I was like going over each paragraph to see. And it really sounds like to me what you shared, like what Jim said, I think you did a really good job because she already, from what she says, like even in some of the sentences, I realize this may be about my ability to truly let go of my sister, to trust whatever happens to her as part of her own learning and growth. It is not my fault, and I am not meant to protect her from herself. And then the part about she's aware of taking responsibility, it says, perhaps my responsibility now is to allow my own life to be the best it can be, truly allowing life to love me beyond the family pain and sadness I have carried for so many years. So I think you were just
There you
giving
go.
her confirmation of what
Yeah.
she already knows at a deeper level for herself. But it's always really nice to hear all of what you shared to confirm that in the way that it works. And I like
Eh,
that you added on the part about if she's meant to do a relationship in that way from some learning that someone else, spirit will bring another relationship forward
mhm.
if it was not able to be, done with her actual family member. So yeah, I
Oh,
think
yeah, it
it was
definitely
good.
works that way. Thank you. That was the part I was looking for. That because that was a wonderful confirmation, acknowledgement for yourself, the person who wrote this, because that's the truth. And trust that. Truly, this is where you get to learn to trust yourself now instead, and let the trust replace the doubt, because that's such a big one for everybody on this pathway of soul awakening, is that most of us go through such a struggle with doubting ourselves and confusion. And of course, that causes mistrust with ourselves and our own inner knowing. All of us have the inner knowing, but our thoughts and feelings, those reactions, it crisscrosses the wires inside of us. And that's what causes the doubt and confusion. So we don't trust our own inner knowing. And so when I hear somebody share, like the part you just read, Tanya, that this is where I find sometimes the biggest thing, when Jim and I can just say, you're right on track. Trust that. The statement you just made is a very true statement of your own inner knowing. And a lot of times I find that Jim and I just give somebody permission, so to speak, even though it's not our power to give any permission, it's up to everybody on their own. But we try to acknowledge what we know is the truth. And if somebody does that, they really empower themselves and set themselves free. So I would definitely, the person who wrote that, listen to that last part, Tanya, that you just wrote about that inner trust and confirmation that they are right on track with what they themselves stated in there, because that's what this is about. And believe me, the more we really trust ourselves and continue to live life more that way, life is always going to get better and lead us to the greater freedom and fulfillment when we truly trust ourselves and go with that. And boy, you'll start to see your self-confidence rise, your self-esteem. You'll feel better about yourself and your life will start to truly transform, because now, in letting go of all the illusions, the attachments, the expectations, now Spirit can bring forward what's really meant to serve you for your fulfillment and upliftment and joy, to say the least, rather than the karmic struggle, because we're so digging in our heels trying to get it the way we want it to be or the way we think it should be. But all that's based on our confusion and doubt, because we've given our power away to the world, to others, to circumstances. And this is a big part of this journey of soul liberation, is reclaiming that. And it's in these types of experiences in the world is how we're working those karmic lessons out and beginning to wake up and realize where we've given away our power. And now, truly, to me, taking responsibility is just taking our power back. But it comes through these experiences and see what they're teaching us. And in that clarity, our own wisdom comes forward and we reclaim now that which we've given away. And so that's a wonderful statement that they made there at the end. And I always suggest keep focusing on that. Just like my talk today, I talked about from change to transformation to transcendence and then transition. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about today, what this person shared. You're in that place now where you are moving into that transcendence and transition to the new, as you let go of the old and as these karmas get worked out, and you end up just letting it go and move on, because you let go of the old karmic attachments, patterns, where you've given your power away. And as you reclaim that, it frees you from the past so you can move on and transition into exactly what you stated of really your greater fulfillment in your life. That's exactly how this works. So fantastic.
Very
Okay.
good.
Thank you. That's the part I was looking for. I knew there was something more.
Okay, next question. It says, "Hi all, thank you for the beautiful talk today. I have a dream question. I was standing in an open field on a clear day looking up at the sky. I saw something high up and was watching it, then realized it was falling towards me. It was a large tree branch, but I couldn't tell it was a branch until it fell right next to me. I was startled and looked up at the sky again and saw nothing else falling. I could tell it was the I could tell it was the whole tree that branched belonged to, but it was falling straight down in a vertical line right on top of me. I panicked and wanted to move out of the way, but I felt frozen. It ended up falling right next to me, but I can't remember if I moved out of the way or if the tree moved. I just remember waking up thinking it was so odd, and it has stayed with me, especially the fact that the tree was falling vertically, and when I was looking up, all I could see was the base of the tree. There were no roots. It was as if it had been cleanly cut with a chainsaw. Also, can you remind me again why paying attention to our dreams is significant?"
That almost sounds like a version of the 2x4.
Hmm.
They went for the raw tree rather than the 2x4 cut out of
That's
the
right.
tree. Do you want to share on that one?
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was hoping you would. So the way I would interpret that, okay, because I'm saying this because it could have different meanings, okay, but I'm just going to share from mine for the moment and kind of see where it goes from there. When I often think of a tree, I look at that as symbolic of some level of like either the tree of good and evil or the tree of knowledge, it's called, or the tree of life. Okay, the real tree of life is the spiritual tree. And then if you flip it over, the reflection, the tree of knowledge or good and evil, is that tree of life spiritually now turned downwards into the world or the reflection of it. That's called the tree of knowledge. And that's what we're here doing in this physical creation is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That's why we live in duality, is that reflection where it becomes good or evil, good or bad. And then that's where judgment comes from and all the duality, right and wrong. And so when I hear like a tree, like you're saying, now falling, and you said it's a clean cut, to me, that would symbolize that somewhere in your consciousness, you are waking up to the greater truth. And in that, the tree of knowledge, that one of the in the world that you've been living by, which we all live by until we transcend it and liberate from it, that tree of knowledge you've cut now in your spiritual awakening, that you've seen the illusion of duality or the tree of knowledge. And so you're cutting it off at the base, right? Where it's been planted in your consciousness. And the fact that it's falling is telling me that that's falling away from your consciousness. But it almost hitting you, but not. Like if it hits you, to me, that's why I made the joke with Jim about sounds like, the whole thing I said earlier where Jim always talks about spirit. First, spirit whispers in your ear, then taps you on your shoulder to get your attention, in other words, Pap. And then if we're not paying attention, you get hit over the head with a 2x4. Well, to me, that's the world's way of getting our attention, which is usually through pain and trauma, so that we pay attention to learn our lessons and get them done. If the tree had actually hit you, I'd say, okay, there's a huge, hard karmic lesson, but it's always for your awakening, even though it seems like a negative or a painful experience. But the fact that it just missed you tells me that you have moved yourself away from the hard karmic lesson now, even though it's close. You moved yourself away from that, so you're no longer in alignment with the world, and you're moving away from that so that you can line up now with the tree of knowing or the tree of spirit or the tree of life to now move on that. So to me, that's describing the transition. So you moved now, literally, that to me is a demonstration of the talk I gave today, where it's all the old patterns that many of us now are moving away from and transitioning into the new and what's next. To me, that's literally a demonstration for you on this journey where you have now finished or let go of this old karmic pattern that this tree of knowledge is representing, where you've been caught up in living in the world and now are moving out of that and in transition away from it. And then what's next will show up. That's why it's let go, let God. We have to do our letting go. And then as we do, then God now can lift us up and bring forward what's next for us. So to me, that's doing the letting go. And then once that's done, then it's just a matter of what and when, which usually won't take very long, where God will bring forward the next thing, more than likely dealing with the tree of life now, more for your spiritual upliftment. There's always, as long as we're here in the world, there's always going to be karmic lessons too, but some of them are just bigger than others. And to me, this is a bigger one, right? So I don't know what's going on in your physical life, but sometimes it can be reflected in our physical life, a lot of change, a lot of things going on in our life, whether traumatic or not. Sometimes a big change is not traumatic. Maybe it's moving to a new job, a new relationship, a new home, something big like that can actually be a joyful thing, but it's big change is what I'm saying there. Okay, it doesn't always have to be traumatic. If you got hit over the head with the tree, that's usually the trauma. So for you, I would say you've probably had more of a change, just not so traumatic. Or if you had something traumatic, it was more of a near miss. like you almost got in a car accident, or you had a minor one instead of something really bad. It was just something little because it was a near miss. That's how I would look at it if it showed up as an outer reflection. So pay attention to that too. But that's how I would interpret something like that.
Well, I think that's very well put, because it didn't land on her. She saw it coming and she just watched it land, means she's handled the karma and it's released now, it's gone. So
How do you know it's a her?
I don't know. That's true. Just speaking. So it is a completion of a karmic pattern, and now it's just time to walk away.
There you go. The master speaks. Woof.
Woof, woof, woof.
All right.
Yeah, she did have the last question she had that wasn't necessarily associated to her dream experience was, can you remind me again why paying attention to our dreams is significant?
Because we don't understand the language of spirit, which is symbols. The spirit will use our dreams and use symbols in those dreams to help us begin to learn how to speak the language of spirit. And it can make a big difference. It's really about journaling the dreams, going through the dreams and interpreting for ourselves, what do we think this means? What do we think this means? And then see how it unfolds and go back and reread it again and see if maybe 6 months later that dream is much more relatable to you because you've been through some of that experience and you can begin to see the symbols for what they are. Is that clear?
I understand just because I've been around it so
Yeah.
long, but the significance to me is just helping you to understand the journey you're on and how dreams can support that understanding. That's how I would summarize it. Because, and then like Jim was saying, the more you can learn the symbols and understand that, it helps kind of guide you more. And in that understanding, it helps to wake up your inherent wisdom. And so the dreams can support you now to always follow that wisdom and realize the difference between the karma and the spirit. There's interpretations like that. That's where I've said, like, this is how I would interpret it. And you can learn through those symbols, in a sense, what it's communicating to you to support you in your life journey. And that's important because a lot of times people will interpret things like this dealing more with the world, and they often will interpret it as a negative and use it against themselves. When we're on a spiritual journey, Spirit will work with us in a way that is always uplifting and serving us. Even when it appears scary or negative, it's actually pointing out things to help us to let go of the world and our karmic attachments and always move towards Spirit. And that's why what Jim and I share here is often different than what a lot of other like psychoanalysis and other dream interpretation is, because they'll often be interpreted according to the world, right? So I can keep going, but then I know it can
Get
start getting
confusing,
confusing. I
yeah.
know. Because I could go on and on more about it, but I want to leave it at that. So does that make sense to you, Tanya?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
We always,
definitely.
yeah. So the person who wrote in, if you need any more clarification, please just write back and we'll try to, add more to it if need be.
Okay, next question. It says, question about moving into what's next. Hi, Jim, Brian, and Tanya. Thank you for the wonderful class today. As things are shifting, I'm finding a new approach coming up. In my meditation and self study, I have kept it simple and done the LAF on things that come up, but I am realizing that I could benefit from having more awareness and clarity by paying attention and being more specific. For example, stating more specific self judgments to invite the loving into rather than only more blanket statements like thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. This way, I can get to the core or the seed of things where loving is locked up. Do you have any advice around this? How can I balance this with the simplicity of loving God and receiving God's let's see, loving God and receiving from God in stillness?
That sounds like somebody's been attending the confessions counseling class, so good for you. Um, to keep it really simple, just keep going for the experience, and that's what matters. And in that, the main simplest way I learned from many years ago, the beginning, was just ask, literally inside, and give it up to God, and ask, what can I learn from this? Or what am I learning from this? Or the way I talked, when I talked specifically to the karmic energy, I literally said, what are you teaching me? Or what can you, or yeah, what are you teaching me? Or another way of saying it is, what is the lesson here? So keeping it simple is just focus on God, the loving, like Jim's sharing today about that simplicity and stillness. And then going down to the core of things to help you fulfill and learn is just ask literally, what are you teaching me? Or what am I learning from this? Okay? That way, keeping it simple cuts out all the complexity in the mind, because we don't want the mind getting in there trying to figure things out. And I know that's often the biggest challenge. The mind wants to get in there and try to figure it out. That doesn't solve anything. That's just guesswork. When it comes from spirit, that's not just an answer, that's a fulfillment. That's the spiritual completion of the karma. That's the spiritual awakening and liberation. That's why we always want to focus into God and then let God. But sometimes letting God comes from asking a question, so we open up to God to allow God to reveal the lesson to us, or to allow God to reveal the lesson by bringing the karma forward, and the karma will reveal the lesson. But it's always God bringing it forward regardless, okay? It's just how it works. So once again, focus into the stillness, let the loving come forward, and if you want, ask the question, what are you here to teach me, or what am I learning from this? Simple as that. And then let it come forward, let God bring it forward. Don't try to figure it out. That's what I'm doing when I do the confessions counseling class. And this is a situation I really encourage people to come to the confessions counseling class, because that's what we do. And I've shared this before. I know a lot of times it can almost sound like we're trying to figure things out, but we're not. If you notice, when I question people, my questions are to help people to bring forward their own inner knowing. Like, what does this mean to you? What are you learning from this? What does this symbolize for you? Because in those asking, I'm encouraging people to let that come forward, their own inherent wisdom, because it's in there. And of course, Jim and I do give answers when we know that's going to support the person to open the door. So then whatever follows up through that, now they're in the flow. Because sometimes we all need a little nudge or somebody to open a door for us so we can get in the flow, and then it'll carry us. So that's when Jim and I do directly answer things, like we often do in these Q&As. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Anything more you want to add?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Did that cover it, Tanya? Or is there anything else in that one?
No, I was reading back just to make sure. Yeah. No, I think you covered it all. Okay. Next question. It says, question for Mr. Jim and Mr. Brian. Dear Mr. Jim Gordon and Mr. Brian Yeakey, it is wonderful to see you both today in great health. Could you explain more about God handling 90% when we give 10% to God? Because at some point we will reach a place in our minds where it becomes too difficult to believe that there is something supreme that can resolve all the problems we face. Then I would like to offer my most sincere prayer and deep gratitude for everything that Mr. Jim and Mr. Brian have given to the greater ILM family. Thank you, Tanya, for reading this email. I love you all. Your loving initiate.
Nice, thank you. I don't even remember the question now. I got caught up. I got carried away with the gratitude there at the end.
Okay, it says, can you explain more about God handling
Oh yeah, okay.
90% when we give 10% to God?
Me?
Yeah, you.
The key is we're here to learn lessons, and we learn them by living them, living through them, living with them, avoiding them, whatever. But that's where we learn. God asked us to give 10% of the day, which is 2.5 hours approximately, to our meditation, to spend 2.5 hours with God every day. And then He will go with us through the day and help us to learn, understand, finish, complete any of the lessons and the processes of life. And we just have to learn how to allow God in to do that. And the meditation is the greatest key to letting God in. So really, everything focuses around us giving time to the meditation so that God can do the rest. And you will find that God will do the rest if you do the meditation. There may be things you have to complete with a word of forgiveness or loving, or maybe you just have to take action and bring it to a close. But it's always something that will be much more simplified by having God involved in whatever action you have going on in the world.
And boy, is that the truth. I know the times when I get less than 10% of the day, I'll find my days usually a little lacking or more struggles, I find myself more in the mind and the energy of that, where when I really give the full time in meditation, that I find that peace and meditation will literally carry through my day. And I have taken that very practically, not just spiritually, like on other levels beyond the physical, but right into the physical level. So as you do your 10% of the day, that you open the door to let Spirit fill you and fill up the other 90%. so that God literally walks with you. This is the way, that whole phrase you keep hearing here is God first, God only. So when you make God first in that 10%, then God only fills the other 90% and just literally walks with you all the way through it. And I always find when I really do that, that I have more of this inner peace, even when there's struggle and turmoil in life. I'm aware, like for me, I often call it kind of like a state of bliss, where there's just kind of like a white glow. It's like I'm almost walking through a dream, which really this world is, but I'm more aware that when I really get the good 10% of the day consistently, day after day, week, month, year by year, it permeates life, where you really begin truly to see and live spirit all the time. And I share that because at first I didn't look at it that way. I always looked at it as getting out of body and on all these other levels of consciousness and not necessarily in the world. And it took time for me to start looking at my practical life the other 90% of the day, to let spirit in and live that into the world, not just out of body. And that's where I saw the greater transformation of allowing it into the physical, practical life as well. Because it transforms you from the inside out. So we've got to open the door inside of us to allow it to transform us.
That was good. I like that.
That's a good one. The 10% and 90%.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. That says this is for Q&A. Dear Jim and Brian, thank you very much for the talks today. They were very useful. I have two questions. Let's see, it says, it looks one, the first question. My parents died already, and you did say that it means the karma that it represented in my life is fulfilled as well and finished. I have been working on that relationship in me a lot already, so it felt correct. I have a half brother from that parent, and it feels he somehow brings back those patterns into my life as it was with my dad, except the loving part, because it feels he does not really like me that much. I am 15 years older than he is, so probably it is a generational thing also, but still. We inherited some fields from our dad, and one place is more important to me, than the others. It gives us the opportunity to spend more time together, but I do not want to bring back the finished karma into my life. How can I handle this stuff? How can I not feel that it is the same old stuff? I'll pause there before I go into the next part of it.
Well, the key would be don't let it be the same old stuff inside of you. If the other partner or the other party is really running at the old pattern, you don't join with them in the old pattern, but find a way to share in a new way, the new pattern beyond the karma, rather than still getting caught up in the karma that was there with the other. Does that make sense?
Does to me.
Okay.
It's a way I like to say being proactive rather than reactive.
Yeah.
Because being reactive is running the old patterns, and we've got to begin to take responsibility and be proactive so that we do our part in rising above the old patterns. And you see, the more we can rise above the old patterns, we transcend them, at some point they dissolve and let go. But if we keep coming down into them or going backwards or letting the past come forwards, they keep us tethered to it. So there's still that attachment. Because we can be done with a pattern, like when the parents passed on a physical level, but those karmic strings may be still getting worked out through the astral causal mental realms, okay? So we have a physical completion, but now there's got to be the letting go of those patterns up through the other levels. And that's what happens as our soul is transcending through the other spiritual realms, right? So that's part of this, and why these can come forward through other relationships is where, like you said, it seems like this coming forward, because it is. It's like a remnant now from these other levels. And if we're not careful, we can reattach or recreate it through our reactions to bring it back into the physical level. But as a disciple walking this pathway, that's where we want to really practice the forgiveness, the acceptance, the loving. And part of taking responsibility is also now, like Jim was saying, now move forward in a new way. I like to call that being proactive, right? So in being proactive, you're putting the loving before you. That's like Jim's prayer. If I ask the Holy Spirit to go before me, clearing the way, all of that, if you've heard that in the past. So that way you go forward now with loving, and it can create a new way, a new pattern called the way of loving. And there's freedom there. And part of that new way of freedom also means you've got to be willing to let go of old attachments, even properties like that. If you're attached to a physical anything, whether it's a property, a situation, people, that attachment binds you. And those attachments are just mental and emotional and imaginational, right? Because we give them importance. But that's how we create a physical attachment or a mental emotional one that way, right? So there's always this part of we've got to be willing to let go. And some people, it helps to literally let go of the physical object or circumstances. But that doesn't just get rid of it by doing that. We've got to really do the inner work, and then it's a process of release. And then it's more like a letting go of the physical when the karma is truly done, right? So I'm not suggesting to go, sell property, get rid of it, let it go. I'm just saying to pay attention to this to see where your attachments are. And sometimes taking the outer action can support the inner process, but not in place of it. The inner is what's important, right? I'm just saying, look at your attachments. Work with your attachments and the reactions that come up inside of you. And the more you handle those and release them, you're going to find loving now coming in. And anytime the loving comes in, it's always going to create better relationships in the world, with family, with friends, with strangers, with circumstances. No matter what the experience, it's always going to create now, just say, more good or better, which is often more freedom, more loving, more peace, more joy, because we don't have the attachments running anymore. Attachments are running whenever we're in reaction. Those are just automatic. If you're in reaction, there's an attachment. As we heard in the previous question, if you wonder what it is, just say, well, what am I learning from this? What is this teaching me? Let it reveal it to you. Because that's where the value is, not on the person or the place or the circumstances. The value is in what are your experiences with the person, the place, circumstances teaching you. But it's always the loving that's going to not only release you from it, but also bring forward that learning, that understanding. And that's what we call the wisdom of your experience. Anything more with that?
No, that's really well put.
Awesome. So what's the rest, Tanya?
Yeah, the second part to that particular question was, how can I handle my half brother if he doesn't really want to have a working relationship with us, or am I judging him and his behavior without a right to do so?
Everybody's got the right to judge. It doesn't matter. You're going to do it anyway. It's just what people do. It's called accept yourself and accept your brother just the way he is and just the way you are. Don't make your brother wrong. Don't make yourself wrong. It's okay when there's discord. It's okay if there's not agreement. It's okay if there's judgment. It's okay if they don't want a relationship. It's about our attachment or expectation to things being a certain way we think they should be or the way we want them to be. That's really more what I was addressing and what I shared is that attachment we have. That all comes from our thoughts, our beliefs, our emotions, our imagination. So if we can work with that, with the LEF to let go of all that, that's all we have to do. And then it's okay. It's okay if the brother doesn't want a relationship, but you've got to let it be okay. And often people don't want relationship because they're not able to get through what their struggle is, as well as maybe you're not able to get through yours, and so they're reacting to your process of attachment and expectations out of the relationship. So if we can do the inner work to free ourselves, then guess what? They're going to respond differently out here. They're either going to be like, oh, now I want a relationship with you because you're not running the stuff with them anymore, or they'll finally feel free and it's all good. And then there's no more tension between you two, right? But it always comes back to self and what we do inside. That's all that matters. And I know this is always the challenge and struggle for people because it always bears with it the risk of losing the outer relationships. And that's some of the biggest challenge because that's where the biggest attachments are, especially family, let alone friends, and spouses, partners, and children, all of that. But those are where our biggest attachments are because we have all these beliefs in us. But if we're willing to give all that up and allow spirit to fill us and allow spirit now to lead the way, that'll transform everything and always for the better. But that better doesn't necessarily and often doesn't ever, or shall I say rarely, look the way we want it to be. Why do you think there's the phrases like, thy will be done, God, rather than my will? You know, for the highest good, meaning beyond my comprehension. Here's the way I want it, but what's truly for the highest good? What is thy will, God, not mine? That's why we have all of that, because our will is so limited and it's always based on attachment, personal desire, fantasies, expectations, judgments, fears. Where with God, it's all based on loving, freedom, joy, peace, right? Completely different, in other words. But we've got to move into that state of spiritual consciousness for that to happen. That's why it always comes back to self and taking personal responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions, doing the loving, accepting, forgiving, God first, God only, letting go of our attachments, let go, let God, all of that. And guess what? The third aspect, right? Meditation, self-study, service. When we do that, the service is automatic because then the loving moves through us to all parties concerned. So they get the benefit of our own personal actions. That's where the magic happens in life. But we're too busy getting in the way with all of our judgments, fears, attachments, concerns, caring. A lot of times we think caring is a wonderful thing, not realizing often caring is coming out of our neediness and attachment. And that's often what gets in the way. It's really what always gets in the way. And so that's why it's so hard to let go as well, though. Because we are all so stuck and attached to the way we want things to be that it takes moving mountains to finally where we'll let go. But it always comes down to us letting go. That's why the more LAF you can do, it dissolves and lets go a lot easier. But the more you struggle to hang on, trying to get it the way you want because you care so much, the harder it gets. Check this out, practice, test it out, find out for yourself. As you know, you might share from our own experience. But you know, we don't have any experience in this area because our life has been so easy. We've never had a problem or an issue ever. Sorry, that was my sarcasm coming out.
That was a lie.
Yeah, that was a lie. The truth will set you free. That was a lie, and that's the truth. Really, you know, we've gone through so much of this. We're at peace. Why? Because I'm just too tired to care anymore. I don't have the energy for attachment anymore, so I'm at peace. There's a little bit of truth in that statement.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. Did you get a nice little doze off there? You went into the peace and stillness and snapped out of it pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay, the other section by the same person, it says, the other question, how can I know it is God's will what I choose in my life? I want to follow God's will, not mine, but what is the difference? I have a relationship and it is getting deeper and more close. I may get proposed to soon. I do love him and feels very much family already in a good way, a really loving one. But I want to have God first and God only in my life. How can I know what God, how can I know if God wants this for me also? Thank you very much for your ongoing loving and support. You're loving an initiate.
One way you can know is just about how you feel about it. If you feel the loving, if you feel the companionship, if you feel the opportunity of growth, learning, and moving forward, then that is what God would will for you. God wants the very best for you. And so when things are moving in a smooth, loving way like that, know that that's God's will with you through that. And if you start getting warnings that this isn't where you need to be, then pay attention and see if there's a way to course correct things so that it can get back online, or see about, do I need to really move on now to what's next? But right now, I would say you're in a very good place. And by what you describe, I'm sure that's God's will for you to be in that place.
To follow up on what Jim's saying, a couple things. One, I already answered that earlier when I said the signposts, like if you experience the joy, the peace, the loving, or if you experience the turmoil, the struggle, the challenge. One lets you know you're living in God's will, and the other one lets you know you're living in your personal will. Okay? The other thing, though, to getting there, it's always an experiential journey. And following up on what Jim just said, the other word I would put in there is trust, especially self-trust. So what I have found is that in this journey of discovering what's God's will or my will, that I've learned I had to trust my own inner feelings and knowing and enter into situations to discover what's true for me and what's not. What's God's will, what's my will. This pathway is not one of sacrifice and withholding. That's based on belief systems, judgments, and fear. This pathway is one of participation, engagement, learning through experience. So if that's what's unfolding inside of you, trust that. Trust yourself and step forward. Even if it turns out to be a mess and that seemed like, oh my God, I thought it was God's will, but it's mine. Well, guess what? That's how you learn the difference, by having your experience. I found the worst thing you can do is hold back. That's the worst. I did that a lot, is hold back. Out of fear, out of concern, I'm going to create more karma. In other words, I cut myself off from the opportunity of learning and growing through the experience. If I had simply allowed myself to move into things sooner, I would have learned and grown a lot quicker. But that's what I find most of us do. Out of fear, we hold back, trying to get it right, trying to get it perfect, and then we don't learn and grow. And now it's all based on just our belief systems, a mental decision-making process, how we feel. Because guess what? Our feelings are gonna unfold according to our belief systems. So if we believe this is for us, our feelings will align. If we believe this is not for us, our feelings will align with that. But that's just our mind and emotions playing games. That's not based on spirit. But yet in the beginning, we're going to follow the mind and the emotions so that we learn what those belief systems are. What are the emotions that come with following those belief systems? And then in that, it'll fulfill the karmic lessons that those belief systems and feelings are dealing with. And then through that all, you'll begin to wake up and realize the difference between your will that you've been following based on those beliefs and feelings, and then God's will when you walk through it and fulfill it. Whether the relationship ends in marriage or divorce, doesn't matter. End result, it's not about the physical circumstances. It's about the inner learning and growth and the freedom through the movement of spirit, and honoring that through your own trusting yourself to step forward and have the experience no matter what. That's the road to freedom and liberation. Okay. What is that in Devil Wears Prada? That's all. That's all.
Very cute. Okay, this next one has a whole bunch of cute emojis in the subject line, which is always my favorite. That's so fun. So thank you to the person who did that. I love it. It says, Dearest Jim, Brian, and Miss Tanya, wow, those were both extraordinary sharings. And I recently wrote a reflection on be still and know. It was also one of the last things I drew a picture of. It looks like a woman being tucked into the universe by God's hands. Anyway, that's not what I am emailing about. It's a follow-up on last month's class and seems to fit a little with what you were sharing about summer homework, Brian. Oh, it's your resident angry artist here, by the way, the one who keeps gently choking herself with her own energetic hands. And as it's class day and the last one before summer, I wanted to share this while everything is still alive in me and before I talk myself out of it. Since the last class with you lads, I stepped back into community class and something became painfully clear. I'm not afraid of speaking. I'm afraid of being perceived. And I know why, because most of my life being perceived meant being judged, misunderstood, dismissed, going to prison, or just punished before I even finished a sentence. My system learned that visibility equals danger, so it shut my throat and overworked my hands, the hands that have always done the expressing for me, painting, writing, carving, fixing, soothing. They've carried everything my voice wasn't allowed to. But now my hands are burning, gripping, and refusing to move from around my throat. It feels like they're saying, we've protected you long enough. It's your turn.
Nice.
So here's my summer going homework. Yes, I'm naming it like that. To let myself be perceived without assuming danger, to speak without pre-editing, and to stop treating visibly like, and stop treating visibility like a threat. I'm going to practice letting my voice create what my hands have been holding hostage for years, even if it's messy, even if it's uncomfortable, even if my whole system shakes like a wet dog every time I open my mouth. So I'm not stuck. I'm just standing at the doorway of a kind of expression, one that feels honest, exposed, and long overdue. And because it's the last class before summer, I'd like to leave you with a dad joke. But I'm going to build a little suspense because what's life without a theatrical suffering? So, Brian, Jim, Miss Tanya, ILM community, brace yourselves. Dramatic pause, imaginary drum rolling, collective groan loading. Because they always draw the line too late. Have a beautiful summer everyone, and I hope nobody suffers from any, let's see, embarrassing, sweaty butt crack moments. Your much loving initiate.
Who says sweaty butt crack moments were embarrassing? They weren't for me. They were fun to play with. I remember that from years ago. That's hilarious. Remember when I did that?
Oh
And Jim
yeah.
just sits there and smirks, going, "Oh my God, God, why are you having this guy be one doing this work?" Well, I'm glad you referenced that because that's how I learned to break through all the fears, judgments, concerns, is literally by that kind of humor, like getting through my embarrassments and shames. That's why I would make jokes and do stuff like that, is a way to keep my personal freedom moving in my own consciousness so I wouldn't let my own fears and judgments back up on me. And that's why I love your sharing because to me, that's you now doing the same thing of like, okay, I'm not going to hold back anymore out of the fears, judgments, concerns. I'm going to step through now and not let that hold me back. In other words, you're taking responsibility now and taking action to now break free of all that to move into your greater freedom and loving. And that's what it's always about. No matter what the risk, no matter what the fear or concern is just taking the action to break free of that. And that's what it takes. That's literally what we need to do to really move into our greater freedom and liberation. So I'm glad to hear that, and that's wonderful. If anything, in hearing your whole story and the painting, drawing, whatever it was in the beginning you shared, it sounds like that was the image of what you just described and everything you wrote, which is pretty awesome. So good for you. I'm proud of you, and go for it this summer and continuing beyond the summer. To me, the summer is just literally the warm-up act to continuing the rest of your life that way, because it leads to wonderful places, inner experience, and sometimes even the outer, but for sure the inner no matter what. So thank you for sharing the laughs, the drama, all of it and all that. So I'm looking forward to your journey and hearing about it as things unfold.
And you know what? I think with all the suspense and everything, I accidentally missed her joke.
I wondered
Yeah,
where it
you're
I'm
right.
was.
so sorry. I was so caught up in the moment. I was like, wait a second. I just totally missed the entire joke with all the suspense and following her storyline and everything. So I apologize. The joke is, why don't artists ever win arguments?
Why?
Very good.
Because they always draw the line too late. But
Oh,
there we go. I got it.
okay. Very good.
I just figured since I didn't hear it, maybe it had something to do with the sweaty butt crack joke or something.
Yeah, and part of me was like, man, I can't believe I missed it because it was right there. But I think I just got it caught up with the whole pausing and dramatic in the drum roll. I just totally missed the question. So sorry about that.
Well, that joke cracks me up. I'm sorry, that joke, sweaty butt, cracks me up.
Yeah.
Was that a dad joke? Is that what she said earlier? Dad
Yeah, yeah.
joke?
Hmm.
Is it dad joke? An artist dad or what? Anyway, seriously, thank you. Like I said, I already made my comments on that, and that's the best. And that's how literally more and more humor comes forward as you do that, because the joy and the humor comes forward by getting past all those fears. So look forward to much more of it.
Well, and then there's freedom. Freedom comes with all that. So you're really stepping into a greater depth of freedom, and um, and then the soul can really be itself and not have to live according to the confinements that we put on it.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Moving on to the next one. This is dream interpretation, insight with old patterns. Thank you both for your good talks. I think I heard the statement, your physical life is an outer reflection of your inward process at a different level this time. Didn't quite understand that or have an example of that before now, but I think my dream is an example. The other morning, I woke up from a dream, and in my dream, someone was helping me get out of bed and helping me on the inner levels to deal with life as I have been receiving help on the physical level to get out of bed due to health challenges. I have not felt very supported on the physical level with all the health challenges, but wondered if the dream was showing me that on the inner levels, higher levels, I am receiving the help I need and that it will filter down to the physical at some point. I'm having a real challenge. I'm having a real challenge with the continuing physical pain and health challenges and have been asking for some insight as to how to deal with it on a higher level. Acceptance and surrender has been a real challenge, but I'm continuing to meditate more even with the physical pain. Thanks for any additional guidance. Much love to you all.
Go for it.
Yes.
I think that it's great the way you're approaching it, and you've moved into a lot of acceptance. And in that acceptance, I think a lot of understanding and clarity and even healing will come forward. And continue looking for how you can get the relief of the pain, whether it be through the medical, through exercise, through nutrition, or whatever it might be. A lot of times we just have to accept what is and make our way through it the best we can. I know I've done that myself. So I have no answer for all of the pain, but I do have an answer, and that is for the loving. Let the loving come in to even the pain. Love the pain, love the agony, love the whatever that goes with all that. And let the loving begin to help transform some of that. And let's see what the results might be.
And yes, um, they can and do work together, and sometimes the dreams can be symbolic or supporting the outer process we have, but it can also be symbolic of the spiritual journey we have, which often is correlated. And when I always try to move towards the spiritual first, so that if I have a dream like that, I look at it as my internal process and then do like Jim was saying spiritually, like, okay, what can I do to now move into the greater state of freedom and healing? So internally, I would, interpret that symbolically, like there's something in my thoughts and feelings that is making me sick or tired or somehow more confined to bed because I've, whatever, through the belief systems, feelings, imagination and all, have crossed wires, short circuited things to shut myself down more. And so I'd look at a dream and often interpret it that way, like, okay, so what do I do to open myself up, to bring healing, to bring greater health? And that's where, if you even look in the Laugh Workbook, this is definitely one I'd work with the Laugh Workbook. That in there, I forget what it was now because it's so many years ago. I wrote like a little equation, but like laugh equals the healing. As we love, accept, forgive, whatever our process is, it leads to our healing. But always internally first. And then as we do that internally, that's going to support then whatever the external practical steps we do. And vice versa. If we don't do the inner work, but we still take physical actions, like Jim was saying, that's going to also influence and affect our inner. So it doesn't, in some ways, it almost doesn't matter which direction you approach it from. As long as you take action, it's going to start moving it. But I always recommend both. Do the inner work actions as well as the outer, and then you get the fullness of it. Okay, so when you do that, you don't have to worry about what the dream means necessarily. You have the tools for the inner work and be practical and take the actions you need in the outer, and everything moves forward in alignment together. And that's always the key. And when I do that, things always work out, regardless if I understand it. I don't need to figure it out. I just know and taking responsibility and taking action. That's really all we need to do. Understanding will come usually as we do it or after the fact. But that's the journey. But we'll often hold back out of fear. That's why it's called just take action anyway, because it's truly the fear that causes these internal as well as external circumstances. Okay? But ultimately it goes to the internal, because we can still do the inner work regardless of the physical health of the body. And there's people we know that have been quadriplegic and doing the inner work. They literally can't do anything with their body. Other people have to do for them, but they've still done the inner work themselves in the meditation. So ultimately, we want to remember that it's okay, whatever the body's going through. I like Jim's phrase he taught me years ago was, it's not what you do with the body, it's what you do in the body. So it doesn't matter what physically we're doing with the body, but what matters is what we're doing in the body. In other words, with the spiritual action inside. Okay, so always place that as a priority. And then follow through whatever way you can on the physical.
Okay. The next one is Stillness, a Funeral and Dream Experiences. Dear Jim, Brian, and Tanya, thank you so much for the great insights and talks. My soul was thirsty for this today. I started by judging myself because I was still walking home when the meditation started. I listened to it on my headphones and think it was the perfect way to start. New York City is not still, but I found myself entering into the stillness walking down the streets of New York. The sun was over my head, and when Brian said to connect with the sun, I could physically feel it as well as feeling it with my soul. I focused on gratitude when Brian mentioned it. Later in the talk, when Jim shared his airplane experience, I realized this was similar to it. When Jim talked about joy as an aspect of God, I saw it as a separate piece of light, pearlescent and glowing. I am not a sports person, but last night I went on a date to which the Knicks win the championship on a TV and saw the Knicks win the championship on a TV in a restaurant bar. It was definitely not silent, but I saw so many people filled with joy and realized that sports and such are a way for people to get in touch with the joy in themselves. It was difficult to get home, but there were so many people in the streets that getting a cab was difficult, and my date suggested I take the subway. That was a mistake, or maybe there was no mistakes. It took a long time to come and was already too crowded when I got in. When we went past the stop, that was the public viewing area, there was literally a stampede of people coming into the train. I never experienced that before. It was difficult to breathe. I connected through with people around me and talked to a girl who seemed to be having a panic attack and talked and made eye contact with other people. I realize now that I was able to stay in my loving in a stampede. Hopefully, I won't be attending more stampedes in the future. I got back from my mother's funeral in St. Louis less than 2 weeks ago. I cried a lot during the eulogy. It was a traditional Catholic service, which seemed right for her, even though she had not participated in years. She was very disconnected from people, and most of the people who showed up were there for me, my friends, my aunts, and half siblings from my father's side. A few of her cousins let's see, who are around my age came. They are devout Catholic and were praying for her. I could not remember their names. It has been so many years since I have seen any of them, and they look different. I went on a massive karma clearing mission during the week in St. Louis. When I moved my mother's things out of her house, there were massive amounts of clothing in garment bags. I put them all in the storage bin in St. Louis, where they have been pressing down physically on top of my art for 5 years. I decided I needed to sort things and clean them on the funeral trip, which was incredibly ambitious and time consuming. A friend let me use a room in her house. There were lots of clothes with price tags on them, some from 100 to 700. They were 5 designer faux minks that had never been worn, 9 identical dresses in different colors that were never worn. There were things bought during the time that I received no support from my mother, and I was working my way through college and grad school and very poor. Clearing them out of storage with my art seemed like a huge karma clearing. Some were picked up by a big designer consignment company, others went to local thrift shops and Goodwill. It is also interesting that my mother always only dated Jewish lawyers and always told me to date Jewish lawyers, which of course I resisted. I never dated a Jewish lawyer, but I find myself dating one post-funeral. This may have something to do with the clearing the karma as well. A few nights ago, I dreamt I was swimming with people I was dating in murky waters. I accidentally opened a door to a cave where there were monsters locked up.
That was the subway.
The monsters did not leave the cave, and my response was, they are very well trained monsters.
Yeah, those are what you get with the sports fans.
Right? Last night I dreamt that my date would not let me hold 3 babies, and I was wondering what I should do with the babies if I could not hold them. I also dreamt that I was carrying around dead bodies in shrouds in the back of my pickup truck trying to dispose of the bodies. There was a
I
flood.
love all that kind of stuff. Aren't dreams and experiences interesting?
They're fun. There was a flood in an area where the water was shallow and a bit murky, and I was cleaning up the mess.
Cleaning up karma,
Yeah.
dead bodies is old karmas, driving around is where you're going to let them go, all of that kind of stuff. 3 babies with the date is really about 3 different things you've created or karmic lessons inside that you're learning through the relationship with the person. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah. The last paragraph is, I was at some kind of spiritual retreat and someone left their glasses. I put them up where I was cleaning so they could find them. No one came, so I went looking for the leader of the retreat. The person who left the glasses also left a box with $300 bills in part of it and 70 in another part, along with some kind of chocolate candy. I took all the things to the leader of the retreat. They asked why I did not eat the chocolate, and I said because it has gluten in it. I would appreciate any insights on karma clearing and the dream experience. In much love and gratitude.
Why? Go ahead. I already gave mine.
Well, it's nice that your mother has gone and you have said your goodbyes with her and given her freedom to move on to what's next for her. And even though you had a traditional outer service, inside yourself, you know that the grace was with her and that she left with that grace to go higher. And the outer service doesn't really matter for very much. Most people, once they die, they aren't around that long to witness anything like that and feel comforted or happy about it. So, what you did was really for you and for the other people outside in the world to be able to say their goodbyes in their traditional way. And that's good. And I'm glad that you handled all the outer material things that your mother had, because by releasing them, letting them go and be in the world to be used elsewhere, that is your freedom. You're letting go of all the past relationship, karma, everything with your mom to really stand more free of it. And and forgiving her process with not financially supporting you during the time she was buying all this stuff, and not really supporting you in your education is good. You know, it's a good action just to forgive and move on, and that's what I think again you've done. So the dream to me is really just letting you know where you are now, that you've moved through all these things, you've completed it, and now you're free of that. And it's time to move on beyond all of that, you know, and not hold on to St. Louis or hold on to all the people, the traditions.
Yeah, to me, a lot of symbology, the murky waters, the cleaning things up, the dead, all that is literally the old karmas. The old murky is the karma, meaning of the world and the water and all. So you're just moving through it, clearing, letting go. Literally, wonderful descriptions of that whole process. This is another good example of what I was sharing today in the whole thing of, letting go of the old patterns and transitioning into what's next, what's new. And that's exactly what you're doing. So again, another good example of that, well defined in a way with all the descriptions, both the inner and the outer too. So wonderful to hear. And it's literally just know you're letting go of these old karmas to free yourself so you can really move on now for your fulfillment and what's next in your life.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, next one is Dear Jim, Brian, and Tanya, thank you very much for sharing your process to be still today. As in the last 3 weeks, the be still and know that I am God mantra has been with me in all of my meditations. And the more I struggle with being still, the more I am not still and not calm physically. I have even developed a nervous pattern in my meditations and my days, preventing me from being still, as it is physical, with my fingers moving in a weird pattern, useless repetitive movement preventing me even more from relaxing, and with my mind racing even more. I am also disturbed by a chronic pain and a constant chronic itchy rash, adding to my constant nervousness, which can make achieving stillness challenging and impossible at times during my days and meditations. Trying to be still in my meditations has not helped me at all, even though I was trying to do it for the last few weeks. The only way I find to be still at times is when I am sleeping and unconscious. And I make sure I sleep more if I can, painkillers or else. Also, falling asleep in my meditations allows me to handle a tiny bit of this nervousness and I have been falling asleep more. It seems like I cannot be conscious while going through the stillness process. I could try Jim's process, but it is not resonating with me as I do not know how to rise above it all unless I sleep. And focusing on God loving me and loving God is not something I can do easily during my meditations. Thank you for this class.
This to me is a good example of when you're trying to control things and you can't. This is not a process of control. The harder you try, the worse you make it. That's not how stillness works. We can't force our way into the stillness, okay? It's more of a process of moving, directing, holding our attention. More call it intention, right? It's more of an allowing. We're just kind of moving. That's why it's just like just move your attention here without forcing anything. It's more like even today, in most every time I guide into meditation, I always talk about relax. Take in a few deep breaths, relax, right? We've got to move into a place of relaxation and just arrive at that place, okay? So when we're trying to control or force something, that always will backfire on us and come up with these other side effects that you described. Okay, so part of it is let go of trying to control and force this. Just don't even do that anymore, right from this moment. Now, the main thing I do, well, two things, but the number one thing is when nothing else is working, just go back to chanting the sacred name. Literally, just hold your attention at the seat of the soul and chant. That's it. Don't try to do anything other than just chanting. But even while you're chanting, don't try to make something happen. Don't try to push your way through. Don't try to force any loving. Just chant. Just as easy as you talk. Just chant. Inside, of course, not out loud. Chant. Let the names do what the names do. That's the core basis of everything. Those names, if you just chant and give it a chance, they're going to liberate the soul. That means we've got to let go, not force, not try to control, not try to make it be what we think it should be, because that's all that is, right? As we just chant the power of the name, which is loving, it'll create the transformation. It'll bring relaxation. But usually when the power builds, it doesn't feel relaxing. It builds and it can almost like have like a tension. But then at some point, as that power builds, there's like this breakthrough. And it's when it kind of that breakthrough or pop through, then all of a sudden things come to a place of peace and stillness. But that's through the chanting and the names and the chanting them will bring you there. It's not you bringing yourself there. It's the names bringing you. Okay? Number two to that, listen to the talks. I listen to a talk almost every single day. I will literally go to the ILM website, go down on the talks, and literally all the years we have on there, I will intuitively say, okay, this year, then I'll click on it and it'll open up all the talks for that year. I'll run down the list and see where I'm drawn towards which talk. I'll click on the talk and then I'll play that talk. Or two, if it's, like me and Jim both. I'll just listen. Listening puts me into the place of receptivity and relaxation. I'm not doing anything other than just listening. That listening automatically will create a focus into that place of stillness. Because when we do the sharings we do, it's a movement of spirits. Spirit's going to always draw us into that straight and narrow way where the stillness resides. So if we just listen, it's a passive way of allowing spirit to bring us to that place, right? So if you do the passive way of listening, in the active way of chanting, you're covering both active and passive, or giving and receiving. Chant, listen, right? And eventually the outer talk, as it brings us to the inner, we want to listen from within. So even though this is an outer listening to our talks, because of the action of loving that from which the talks come, that frequency is in the talks. So that frequency, even in listening to the physical words, is going to draw your attention inside and up to that place of simplicity, stillness, and the loving. So do both. I often start with the receptive, but other days I start with the active. I usually start with receptive to listening, and I allow it to just, I relax into it, let it bring me to the center, and it just draws me here. And then I'll start chanting and building the power of the name. And then somewhere in there, it just begins to open up. And then a whole nother level happens. And that's where I'll go into inner experience or literally fall asleep and then go into the inner experience into sleep. So falling asleep is not bad, but if you can build the energy first by chanting the name and allowing the loving in, like I'm describing, that we want to do that as much as possible before we fall asleep. Okay? Because once we build the loving, then the loving can carry us. So when the body falls asleep, then that loving now carries the soul. Right? So these are the main two things I do I do every day actually. Once in a while, I don't listen to a talk. I'll just go into the chanting, right? So find a way, don't just find a way, practice what I'm saying, okay? Yes, right now I'm telling you what to do. And maybe you'll come back and say, but I'm doing that, Brian. Well, I'll say, yeah, you may be doing the outer actions, but what are you doing inside? And that's the key here. If you're inside trying to push your way, control it, that's what's getting in the way. This is why I'm just saying these two simple things and let that be literally, pun intended, your sole focus. And let go of trying to make anything happen. Let go of whatever fantasies you have or think or believe. And just chant the name and listen to talks, period. Do that for a while and just relax into it and let it carry you. And then see what happens. And give this a few weeks at least of doing this. But more than likely, if you can really do it the way I'm delivering, probably within a few days, you're going to start to notice a shift. But continue it. Of course, if it's working for you, you want to keep doing it longer and longer. But please take the time and do that and just relax into it. Stop trying to control, stop trying to force. Even when you're chanting, just chant. Don't try to make something like, God, I'm loving you by chanting. No, let go of that. Just chant. Stop trying to love God and just do the loving called chanting. That's what it actually is loving God, and it is doing the loving, and it is self-love. Just the chanting has it all wrapped up in one. And give it a chance. Other than that, if you want to do another thing beyond this, just do self-love. I love myself. I love the parts that get anxious. I love the parts that are stressed out and having a hard time. I love myself. That's the only other thing I'd recommend other than the first two I said, right? So self-love is the second one beyond this. Right? Or the third is us saying chant, which is loving God, listen, which is listening and allowing God to love you, and now loving yourself. 1, 2, 3. And we'll leave it at that because I want to keep it simple and just do it every single day and just do everything you can to relax. No more pushing, no more forcing. Let go of what you think or believe you should be doing or whatever you've been doing that's caused all this, all right? And anything else you want to?
No, that was exceptional. Thank you. It's really not about forcing or making it happen. It's about letting it happen. And what Brian has just described is a way to let it happen by creating an environment both inwardly and outwardly that will allow you to move into that place of peace and quiet and allow the other to open up for you. Because otherwise, you can't force stillness or peace. So thank you. That was very, very well explained.
I know it very well because I literally, what I heard this person describing, I have done so many times trying to force something because I want it so bad. I mean, obviously, it's a great intention, wonderful intention behind it, no question. It's just the method doesn't work. Anytime I find myself pushing or trying to force it because I want it so much or think I should be doing it that way, doesn't work. But that's how we learn. That's why it's all okay. That's why what you heard me share today is what I do consistently all the time because I found that's pretty much all that works. Those three things, especially the first two, but then the third one is self-love, always works. Always. Put them all together. That's pretty much every time I meditate, I put the three together. I listen to a talk, I do chanting, and I do self-love. Always. I usually start with the talk and the self-love in the beginning because it puts me into a state of receptivity and I open up to God's love. I tend to find receiving helps and is easier for me because it moves me into receptivity. When I chant, I can sometimes go into loving God where I could find myself pushing. That's why I usually tend to start with receptivity of receiving God's love, because when I do that, I just go right into relaxation. And then when I chant, there's no push. I just feel the power of the name, the loving building right here. And I just let it do what it's going to do. I just surrender to it. But building that is literally building our loving for God. But there's no push to it. It's just chanting. Because that name you were initiated with, or if you're not initiated, you do the hue, it still has that charge of loving. That name will do it all. It's all in the name. Loving God, loving self, giving and receiving is all right there. So we just need to focus on the chanting and then let the Holy Spirit do what it's going to do through chanting that sacred name. Okay?
Okay, next one is called What Will Be, Will Be. Hello, Brian, Jim, and
But how do
Island.
we know what it will be?
I think she's going to tell us.
Okay.
Hello, Brian, Jim, and Island community. The first sharing inspired me to write in. One of the first meditation conferences I went to, I had an experience where I woke up and I heard water enclosing in on me. The reaction in fear was to call out for my husband, which wasn't actually physically there. When I shared it with Jim, he said, "You'll get to the point where you won't need to call out to your husband." I didn't understand what he meant, but now I do. I have been married for over 40 years. These last 2 years have been difficult because of different political views. This has caused detachment and a lot of faulty thinking, to say the least. Recently, I listened to a Carl Jung podcast about obsessing or thinking too much about another person. My profession is in mental health, so I have a tendency to want to fix. What this podcast opened up for me is the letting go, but from the soul, not the ego. That when you project, you just go in and focus on yourself. He calls it individuation. I see it as part of our path. I was focusing entirely too much on him and his process out of fear that I was being misunderstood. When I went in and up, it didn't matter anymore. We all project onto others what we are afraid of facing within ourselves. My meditation this morning was amazing, so I know I am truly letting go and moving into observing and the stillness. I can truly say this difficult time has taught me to trust myself and the God within me, and I don't need to call out to anyone when I'm in fear, to turn to the fear and trust the process. Loving to all, your devoted initiate.
Sounds like you're waking up and really understanding the process and you're doing the work. And so I don't know much more to say than follow that. You're doing excellent.
Yeah, I totally agree. Seriously, it's nice because when, someone's on track like you are, there's just the inner knowing you're on track because, you know, just of the results, your inner experience with all of that. So keep on doing it, and then what will be will be.
Yes, that was a beautiful sharing. Okay, next question. Dear Jim, Brian, and Tanya, Aw, thank you for today's medicine. It was needed. Question. I seem to be going through a stage where I feel uninclined to be around some people who were once dear to me. With a few of the people, it's just that the pull is no longer there, and with others, it's that they have behaved in ways that over a period of time I chose to overlook and love them anyway, but now, at least for now, I just feel that's no longer possible. I have spoken up for myself in a loving way when what they said or did felt inappropriate, and that went well. But as time has passed, it simply feels like our friendship no longer feels aligned. I'd rather not let these last couple of close friendships go, but it feels like I am being unauthentic. I simply feel no longer connected, not angry, just like it's all done. I see how I have overgiven in the past with some friendships in ways that I haven't been willing to speak up for myself, but now it just feels done. There seems to be so much letting go and so much change. It seems one by one I am tapering their friendships off slowly, or I'm letting go fully and completely. In the past, I would have been questioning myself, thinking I should keep these friendships and just be bigger than things or the patterns I've seen in them that I can't seem to overlook anymore. Anyway, I'd love any reflections on these. I've moved through much change in my life, and in comparison, this doesn't feel anywhere near as bad after such big lessons in letting go in the past, but it feels like here we go again. Thank you so much for any reflections you have. And as always, thank you so much for continuing to all show up for this beautiful community with each class you put on and all goes behind the scenes. I am deeply grateful.
That's wonderful. I like here we go again. You know, we do on this pathway, we do eventually find ourselves having to let go of situations, of people, or whatever, just because it no longer serves us and we can't serve them. And it's better to let go and move on and be free than to be trapped in something and not be able to move on in spirit. So I'm glad to hear what you're saying, that you've had these experiences and you are understanding the process of letting go for the betterment of yourself. And it'll be good for them too.
That's the main thing I've always found when you're doing it from that place of loving acceptance, setting yourself free, then one, you're going to be more aware of this release and the freedom with that. And when there's, that's very different than being in reaction and angry from somebody and pushing them away. Very different process. So that's the main thing is that you realize you're just letting go and giving yourself freedom, which allows the loving to come in. When we move forward that way, that's a true action of the soul's journey of liberation. And in that, everybody's going to benefit. And so the loving will go to the other person or people to support them in their journey as well, whatever that is. And some people, they'll just move off and do whatever, and other people, they'll get the loving and then start to take the steps, of taking responsibility for their own actions and all and move forward. And it gives that opportunity for transformation. And so sometimes we'll even find some relationships will drop away, and that's that. And other relationships will actually transform and improve. But it's not up to us trying to make it happen. It's not up to us pushing it away or trying to hold it closer. It happens itself because we really put our loving with God now instead of needing something from the world, from somebody else to fill us up with something that we're not able to fill ourselves up with God. That's how karma works. So when the karmic lessons are getting complete, this is a natural process of that completion and letting go. And then it's really up to God, whatever happens with the outer results. And that's a nice thing. And it sounds like you're really coming in to a greater understanding or knowing of that just through your own experience and what you're going through right now. And this is how it works. It really does. And as you do let go, it's always wonderful because in letting go, again, it's another example of what I was talking about today, of when you really let go of the old patterns and karmas, then those old patterns and karmas is what draws us into and draws to us the people, situations, circumstances to help us move through those karmas, right? But as we fulfill those karmas and complete them, then those people, circumstances, situations will begin to change because we no longer need to go through them to support us in fulfilling the karma. And so when that's done, this is the natural process of what that looks like, of the letting go, because it is complete. And in that, at some point, now we're free of it and can transition into what's next and what's new. It's like, okay, now there's space, and now we're in a greater place of freedom and loving inside of ourselves, that now Spirit can bring forward new opportunities, new experiences, new learning, new whatever. And again, it's a natural process of letting go and, freedom and completion, and to now moving into what's next, what's new for the next level of that learning and growth and expanding into more loving. So it's nice to hear that, and you're coming to that realization for yourself.
Okay, next question. This may be a repeat of some earlier comments, but here it goes. I remember Jim stating that working inwardly on troublesome relationships will often change that relationship, so external confrontations are often unnecessary. Recently, I have felt that it is important for me to speak up for my feelings rather than push them down. When I have done this in a way that I don't expect a specific outcome, it has been really freeing. There is one family member whom I find very difficult to speak to and yet feel a pressure to do so. This individual was abusive to me in my childhood, and I want to let him know how that affected me and our relationship, to explain, in parentheses, why I am not really myself around them. I think I lash out more than I may with others. I basically wish I could have a relationship with him, especially since I am close to other family members surrounding him and have avoided them because of his difficult personality. He has difficult relationships with many people. So basically, I've been avoiding.
Is that it?
Yes.
Well, the one thing that I did and have done to heal things like that, I did the loving, accepting, and forgiving of myself and the person you're talking about, and ask them to forgive you for any and all pain, anger, frustration you've caused them, and to forgive you and release it in loving.
Inside themselves, right?
Yeah, inside
Okay, so
themselves.
that's clear.
Yeah, do it just quietly within yourself. And then in yourself say, and I forgive you for any and all things that you've caused for disturbance, pain, separation in me. And I just ask now that we can move together in loving, and that the loving heal whatever that is. And I will do that over and over and over for days, weeks, even months sometimes. And usually I see some sort of an action that takes place. One, the other person leaves because they can't move into forgiveness. And they're responding to your quiet action with them. And it's not because you've said anything verbal to them, but inside they do respond or they react. But in most cases, I find that all of a sudden there's a healing that takes place between us, and we get together. And oftentimes it's the other person reaching out to me where they've never reached out before. And we really sit down and talk and heal a lot of the past. So do some of the inner work first with loving, accepting, and forgiving, and then see what might happen in the outer. You can do just the outer first, but you'll find that there may still be the resistance because of the karmas between you two that they're reacting to. Loving, accepting, and forgiving can reduce or remove that karma, and then you can come together in a whole different state of consciousness, separate from the karma.
Yeah, this is a good one because you guys have heard me talk a lot in the past of communion in action, about communicating with others to help move these energies. But if there's a person, which it sounds like your brother is, that is not open to that process, that they're just going to react and, in a sense, make it worse, those are the types of situations where often trying to communicate doesn't work well. And that's where, well, one, first of all, I always suggest doing the inner work first. And Jim has had so much where that's all he's done is the inner work,
Yeah.
and the outer transformation just happens. I have found that once in a while, but for me, I have found I always do the inner work first, and often I've needed to do some type of outer as well. But I've learned how to do that. And so it's worked well for me, but there's definitely been the situations where it doesn't work at all, mainly because the other person doesn't even want to try. They'd rather just, stay stuck in whatever and always make somebody else the blame of whatever's happening. And in those situations, you're never going to get anywhere with any trying to communicate outwardly. So ultimately, it's all about the inner anyway. So if you can do it all inwardly, like Jim's saying, always the best way to go, no question. If there is outer opportunity that it can move to heal, then it definitely works better, like Jim's saying, where it comes to you. Because often if we're trying to go to the situation and make it happen, when we're trying to make it happen, it can often backfire. Again, unless the person's really open and receptive to doing that, which has been the case, and many times I've done it. But again, you've got to have a good idea with that. But if they've demonstrated that's not the case, I wouldn't really make the attempt, at least for a while, especially if you're going to tell them, because a lot of times people think when I say about being honest with others, sometimes we don't quite understand what that means, and we'll kind of place a blame like on them, like it's their fault. Even if it is something they did to us in childhood or whatever, that we can often play the victim, and it's our reaction and blame we place on them that's only going to make it worse. So always, I agree with, like what Jim's saying, to do the inner, and it sounds like with this particular brother, that may be really the only way this is going to work. But again, that's always up to you. The other exercise, as well as continue doing the LAF with all of this for yourself and him inside of yourself, that an outer exercise is also writing letters, like write a letter of what it is you wanted to tell him in person, whatever it is you wanted to communicate, write a letter all out, write it all out, and then burn the letter, do a forgiveness process with the letter, let it go. Write about your own inner feelings and thoughts and judgments and fears and an LAF workbook. This is what that LAF workbook is for, is working through stuff like this. So do a lot of those types of journaling exercises, as well as, if need be, if it supports it. But if you can just keep it simple and just keep doing what Jim said, that's what matters anyway, regardless of how you go about it. That's the key to all of it. And it's always a big experiment, but give it the time to really heal it inside and do that.
Okay. Next question. This is called class sharing. I had a wonderful dream and wanted to share my joy. My confession is that I'm afraid of bragging, and Q&A is only for sad, terrible, suffering questions.
That was funny.
Yeah.
That's often what it seems and sounds like, but that's not the case though. So I'm glad. Please share. I'd
I,
rather hear more breaking and some wonderful self-acknowledgement to hear the good stuff people are moving into as well. So thank you.
In the theme of sisters in this class, I had a dream last night that my sister had packed up all her stuff in the basement of our childhood home and she was moving out. Just for clarity, we don't have a shared basement or actual stuff together anywhere anymore. It's just a symbol here. I've worked this relationship a lot over decades and am happy that these parts are letting go. And I wanted to chime in that this has been part of why I'm grateful for learning to work with my dreams over the years with Jim and Brian's guidance. It helped me in this class because part of me is afraid and still has a little self-doubt every time I let go more in these relationships that I'm doing something wrong because I feel pain in letting go. But dreams like this help me understand that because it's in the basement, it's my unconscious baggage letting go in this relationship. This is the baggage that has kept me choosing back into the painful relationship out of the have-tos and fears and obligations, etc. So I'm so excited to see that I'm getting free. Yippee. In loving gratitude for you all, in loving gratitude for all you do and with me, and in loving gratitude for this wonderful community.
Yippee, that is good. I like that. You're really doing it. You're growing, you're taking action, and you're getting your liberation and freedom at the same time. So I'm just so happy for you. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Amen to that. And seriously, great understanding of the dream. That's exactly what that means is in the basement like that is the unconscious. And that's where the karmas are stored. So your dream like that, it's definitely showing you that those karmas are now moving out of your unconscious, so you're free of them. So fantastic. And what a wonderful way to use your understanding of that in the world so you don't go back and keep recreating stuff, which is what we can do. That's why it's so important to just let go and forgive, let go, accept how things are, and let it be okay. Literally, if there's meant to be something more, you can't get away from it. But you can definitely keep trying to string something along when it's done. Easier to just let it be done and move forward. So great job. Thank you for sharing.
Okay, we're right on schedule. This will be the last one. It's called Gratitude and Love. I wanted to share about how much your presence has shaped this year for me. Your gentleness, your clarity, and the way you show up for us has made such a difference in my life. Thank you for everything you pour into us. It doesn't go unnoticed. I'm truly grateful for you. And to Miss Tanya, thank you for holding the role of class reader with such care, keeping our words anonymous, safe, and honored in a sacred responsibility, and you're carrying it with so much integrity. It means more than you know. Also, thank you for making my jokes so much funnier. You had me in kinks. Thank you all so much. I love you.
Thank you. Wow. That is wonderful. I appreciate those kind of letters or questions or whatever. That was nice.
In kinks. I haven't heard that one. I like that. Instead of in stitches, in kinks.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. That's great. I love the statements of gratitude like that. Especially if that was the last one, unless something else comes in the next few seconds.
And that was nice to acknowledge Tanya that way, because that's true. She really is quite spectacular at what she does.
Amen.
Yeah, thank you so much. It does feel like an honor. It does, yeah, very much so. So thank you so much for the acknowledgement.
It definitely helps. And it definitely makes it easier for us than trying to read it ourselves and then trying to answer.
Yeah.
Big difference. Wow. So is that it then?
For now, yes.
All
Well,
right.
fantastic.
A beautiful way to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, wow, wow.
Well, we thank you all very much for your participation and for all the sharings that you've given and questions. And it's just very uplifting to hear what I'm hearing. Very wonderful. And I enjoy walking this path with all of you. And thank you for choosing us. Really, you're choosing God. You just get us on the sideline.
Have a wonderful summer. It's really not even that long. It's only 2 months. In
Yeah.
August, we'll be back, except for those of you that will come in person again, July 26th over at Laura Keston's. So in just over a month, we'll be having an in-person gathering over there for the day. Looking forward to that as well.
Me too, yeah.
So until then, wow. It doesn't even feel like it's going to be like, I'm like, when we say summer break, I'm used to more like 3 months
Yeah.
away and nothing going on.
Those
That's
is
not
just
the
a few
case. We have
weeks.
that another online initiates meeting and all that. So just enjoy whatever time and enjoy if you want to call it a theme, even though I'm not calling it official, the summer of transition. Interpret the word transition in any way you want, on any level you want, or all of them. Enjoy it. And so look forward to seeing you on the other side. And until the next time we do on the physical level. Love you all.
Adios.
Till next time.
God bless.
Bye.